There, I did mine. Now I can
Awesome.
pop it on my other screens. That one's working perfectly. Complete perfection.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear a single word you said because my audio was off.
That's okay. I said I went live first. I've got mine all set up.
Uh, oh, so everybody heard that then.
Uh
No problem. All right. It's 9 o'clock. Let's do this.
huh.
I gotta go here, here. Oh, this is episode number 3, I believe.
Of second season for you. I don't know. It's number 7 for me
Yeah.
because I just do them concurrently, or number 8 for me. Sorry, because yeah, I just do them. Well, I don't differentiate them between seasons.
We made it to the knockouts. How far can we go? Probably not far tonight.
Yeah, you sound tired already.
Oh, I had a very eventful last 4 hours.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah,
So you're exhausted already. That's all right. We'll put in a little bit of time and get some stuff done then.
physically,
Oh,
physically.
you're exhausted. No big deal. Good time to
All right,
sit
I think
and
I.
do nothing, like play a game. You're online. Perfect. I see you online.
Hmm. And since this is the beginning of the stream, I want to let you know I joined another network save.
Mm.
But this is only once a week on Tuesdays,
Hmm.
and it's an edited USA database, and we're just gonna try and take a team in the second division and go as far as we can go
Hmm.
with it, basically.
Yeah, you're collabing with one of the other streamers.
Uh, you're gonna you're gonna
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
gonna shake your head, but it's actually 5 of us in total.
Uh huh. No, that's fine. I mean, if people can make that work, that's great. Yeah.
I think we will. They're all a good group of
So
guys.
yeah, you're collabing with other streamers. I knew that was going to come for you. I
Yeah.
knew that. Nobody's ever invited me to collab on a stream.
Well, you stream every other day, so and it's not you don't play Football Manager on Tuesdays, so
Well, I mean, if they
I didn't
if
know.
somebody had ever approached me and said, "Hey, do you want to play a collab on Tuesdays?" and it was like with other streamers, oh, I'd be all about that. But the thing is I know you're going to be bigger than me. I already know that. There
No,
for a
don't say that.
multitude of reasons. Why wouldn't I say that? It's not a bad
I,
thing. I'm not complaining.
okay.
Yeah, it's certainly not a complaint.
Oh,
I know you're going to end up being a lot bigger than I am at this.
okay. If you say so.
I knew it before you even started. When he's like, "I'm going to start streaming," I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good idea. You're going to do really well at it.
Thank you.
You'll end up making money off of it." Of this, I'm very sure.
You really think so?
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. I told you if I help you out at the start, you're going to get all you need to know, and then you're just going to go from there, and it's going to take off, basically with minimal effort on your part. And so far, it's working exactly the way I thought it would.
Well, you're impressing yourself. You're looking out for others. You're a quality guy, and you put your mind to it. I really appreciate it, Honey Badger. I really do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if
Huh?
I don't know if it's a matter of putting
Yeah.
your mind to it. It's kind of like a
Can I?
personality thing too. You know what I'm saying? Like
Uh-huh.
for you, you're the kind of person that people I don't know why just can just approach. You know, like I don't have that. I've been doing this 2 years and nobody's ever asked me to collab on a network safe. I've put my mind to it. I stream 7 days a week almost sometimes, and it's
Um.
different games, of course, but yeah, it is what it is. It's different for everyone,
Well, I
and
will.
I knew you would succeed at it. I just 100% certain.
Okay. So now that I know that you're willing to change your schedule, I'll definitely keep that in mind. I didn't know if you would be
Oh
willing to change
no,
your
I
schedule.
don't mean like from you. Sorry, I don't mean from you.
Mm.
Like, yeah, for you, of
Uh,
course I would.
Well,
Totally. But I mean, what the moral of the story is no other streamers have ever approached me and said, "Hey, let's do a collab," ever. And I don't know why. I think that I'm just not as approachable. That's what I think. Some
you're
people.
knowledgeable of the game too, so that there's value in that.
No, I think people. It depends. Some people like that, but most people don't. Most people are, and I've been told it's an intimidating thing. They don't want to
Uh-huh.
play with people that are really knowledgeable about the game.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I mean, you beat the crap out of me, so.
Well, I understand, and that's probably a factor. I mean,
But
I had network
that
saves before I started streaming with other people, but most of them would end up quitting because they'd never win. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll try to suck more. I don't know how to do that though. But those games would end quickly. So this is why, like, this is one of the only long term ones I've had because you don't seem to mind, if you're
no, I
pushing me.
don't. It's a challenge. It's a challenge
Yeah, and,
too.
and you're
You know,
pushing me, and it's good, and you do steal cups from me and stuff like that. Like you do win games, and it's fun. I don't know. You just have fun. That's why I said your personality wins out pretty much all the time. Yeah,
nice.
yeah, and I just know you're gonna do well at it.
Well, thank you. Like
No
I said, I
question.
do. I really appreciate those words.
Hmm.
I really do,
Hmm.
especially after
Yeah,
today.
I've come to accept that I'm probably always going to be a small streamer, and that's okay. I don't do it to make $1 billion. I do it to interact with people. And originally, I started doing it so I could help some people learn some things on Football Manager because it was so much easier to show them than to explain it to them.
Hmm.
That's how it all started. Was I'm just like, hey, could you show me how to do this? I'm like, well, I don't know how to show you. And they're like, well, you could stream it. Oh, streaming, right? So how do I go about that? They're like, you go on Twitch. I'm like, what the hell? Twitch? What's a Twitch? Isn't that what I get when
Which,
people ask me stupid questions? Like a Twitch? No, but yeah.
hmm
But yeah, they showed me how to do it and how to set it up. And somebody's got to teach you. They taught me. Somebody taught me how to set all this up, and it's been awesome. I've been streaming ever since. It's been 2 years now. I've been streaming, and it's got unique challenges to it. But yeah, I don't ever really get.
it does.
I don't get a lot of viewers. I don't get a lot of followers. The ones I do get are very interactive and top quality, so I like that.
Like I say, it's quality over quantity as well.
Mm.
So I'm I'm big on that as well.
But you also know that I took marketing in school. Marketing was my minor, and
I did know that.
so I have a very decent grasp on marketability and what can be successful at certain things. And I've spent enough time on Twitch now that I see and I know exactly what will succeed on Twitch. And if somebody was to ask me, they'd be like, "How can I be big on Twitch?" I could probably lay out a plan for them, but it really depends. Unfortunately for me, I'm a white male in his 40s. I'm not in the very high demographic of people that they want to follow on Twitch. Some people don't mind experienced gamers. Experienced gamers do have, as you've pointed out, there are certain aspects to it that are beneficial. I know the game well. Some
Huh.
people will seek that out, but that's the minority of people will seek that out.
Okay.
Thanks, Honey Badger. I appreciate
I
that.
see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. But the people who do seek that out, well, that's what I'm here for. I want to help you learn to get better at FM. I want to help people. That's why I'm doing it. It's not
Yeah.
not to become a
I,
millionaire.
no, and very few people. Yeah, like I think people have to be realistic in their expectations, and that
Oh, yeah,
you know
completely.
to become big like a Zealand or like a Luja or work the space.
Mm. I'll
It's
never
few and far
understand.
between.
I
It's
will
it's
never understand how Zealand got popular. I won't. I cannot wrap my head around it.
well,
I
we don't
can't.
have to go that far.
No, but I don't get it.
Um,
I don't get why he's popular. I don't. I don't see it. He's got.
but
He does fancy graphics and shit. That's all he's got going for him. Really. I mean, some people
hey
like that.
Karen, how you doing?
Some people like that.
So, did any of you guys watch the World Cup games in the last couple days?
Oh yeah, of course.
I haven't. I'll
England.
be honest. I watched the U.S. game and
Well,
then I
Eng-
stopped watching.
England versus France coming right up. That's exciting.
Yes, that game I will watch. That's Saturday, I believe, right?
There are some FM streamers I love though that are just top shelf, like hilarious. Even some of them are fun. Dr. Benji, like he does so many entertaining things Like he puts all of
Mhm.
himself in everything he's doing, and I've always enjoyed watching some of his stuff.
Uh,
As an example,
Dr. Benji does his Peterborough save too.
I think he's the one that actually does like acting sometimes. Like he dresses up in costumes and
Oh,
stuff. Isn't that him? Or am I thinking of
I've
someone
never
else?
seen him
Okay, maybe.
live before, so
Yeah, I think he's the one that does costumes and things. I'd have to look through them, but there's a few that I've watched videos of and just absolutely adored because they're hilarious. Yeah, yeah. Some of them have got just great personalities, and yeah, I can see why they do it. But I mean, having a knowledge of how to do, the presentation helps. I'm very
Mhm.
minimal on my knowledge on how to do a lot of presentation stuff.
Uh-huh.
I know branding is important, so I got a
Oh,
character done, a logo.
speaking of that, I think I want to change my Twitch name at some point because Jakey Dude is attached to everything else that I own. And I saw one of the bigger FM YouTubers got hacked the other day.
Hmm.
And someone else told me that, if you have the same usernames, it's not that hard to track you down. Like there are malicious people out there, and if they want to track you down, having the same username all over the place can make it easy. Especially, it's tied to my name. So
Yeah, the hard part being
it,
on that one is that they can still see what your username used to be if they try hard
on
enough.
Twitch,
Yeah, even if you change it, they can see your old one if they try hard enough.
really,
Yeah, yeah. People know that I've changed my name. They can see it. They've told me. They're like, why'd you change it from this? I'm like, because the original one was really horrible and this one is more fitting.
but I guess we'll just have to see how it goes in the near future if I really want to do something like that.
Well, if you want to, you could probably do this as your full time job.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'm confident. If you wanted to, you can. I'm confident to that.
It'll take a lot.
It
It
would
would
take a
take a
lot of
lot.
work. It takes a lot of work. Like even those top
Yeah,
guys,
for
they put a lot of hours into it. They're not doing nothing. They're not just playing
yeah.
games. Creating
Uh-huh.
content takes a lot of effort. Yep.
It does. It definitely does.
Yep.
Um,
Hours and hours of
you're the
editing,
goalkeeper.
and making things look good. Like I said, presentation is huge, and learning how to do all of that stuff. Some of them already knew ahead of time, so that gave them a bit of a leg up, and that's great. You use what you know, and then
Hmm.
um, lots of them just uh, know how to make themselves be charismatic or interesting in different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't know how to do that.
everyone needs a hook. Like I said, Dr. Benji, he's the one that I'm very sure he dresses up. He acts like the characters. He dresses up as a manager and gives interviews. And he even gets his wife in on it. She dresses up and does interviews with him, and it's hilarious. Like it's just out and out funny. And hardly anybody else does that. Like puts themselves into it like it is them. They are that manager.
Hmm.
So yeah, he made me laugh a lot. But everyone has a hook. So that's what you need.
Yeah,
You need
that's
branding
true.
and you need a hook. Those are the two things you got to think of. Branding
So
is
those are
easy.
the next things.
Yeah.
Those are the next things on my check mark.
Yeah, I think so.
Um,
Yeah.
to answer your question, Kieran, I started an offline save with Rochdale, which is my favorite team.
Hmm.
And in that save, we're in the promotions playoff spots right now.
Woo.
Just under halfway through the season. Um, although since the update, I played 4 games, and 3 of those games got red cards by midfielders.
Yeah, you
So
messaged me about
I
that. I
got
was like, what? Really?
yeah, 3 games in a row. So I got to figure that one out.
Oh, that's
Um,
infuriating.
the only bright side is that I have the most depth in my midfield, so it's not it's a loss, but it's not a huge loss. So we have one, we have two, so you can go out on loan.
That must have been so infuriating. Taking all those
Yeah,
cards.
and
Like,
so
ah.
I honestly I don't know the aggression stats offhand, but I know I do not have tackle harder on
Mhm,
there.
mhm.
Um, I don't play an aggressive game. I used to in older FMs, but I don't anymore.
Okay.
But the thing that really irked me off the most was that the first red card was in the 35th minute of the game, and then the second one was in the 38th minute, and then the third one was in the 42nd minute.
Oh, so they're all
They were
first
all
half.
like similar in time as well.
And different
And I'm
players.
like, well, yeah, just the other players were suspended.
Well, there's three in a row. Like they could have
Yeah,
come back. But yeah,
yeah.
okay. But three different players. Were they all playing in the same position, like midfield or something?
Same position, center mid on support.
Okay. Okay. Well, at least there you have that. That's something to work with.
Yeah. So I have to try and figure that one out and see why that's happening. Because midfield on support, you're not tackling hard or anything. So yeah, it's a little weird, but I'll figure it out. I'm not the one like sure I'll get frustrated over it, but at the end of the day, it's a game, and so there's a way around it. There's a way to fix it. You just got to find it.
All right, so two changes to the
So
Danish national team.
mhm. Okay.
So before Mikkel Demsgaard, I wasn't calling
Uh-huh.
him up, and Mohamed Darami, I wasn't calling them up because they were both wingers,
Uh-huh.
and I wasn't using wingers. But the game, being as intuitive as it is, sometimes will say, what will it take for this player to get called up? They ask you. And for
Uh-huh.
Demsgaard, I said he doesn't play in a position that I use. And since then, he
Okay.
has been training to become a central midfielder at Brentford, and now he is competent at
Getting
it.
called up.
So now he's a
That's
central
pretty cool.
midfielder. Durami has learned to play striker, and just in time because Braithwaite has, I don't know, he's only 32, but he's completely crashed. Like his stats have just plummeted. So he's no longer on the
Uh-huh.
team. He went from being a starter just a short time ago to no longer being on the team. That's how much his stats have plummeted. And anyway, this
Wow.
is a central midfielder. So I've got two new young players. That's good, 22 and 23, that hopefully will work their way up more. If not, then they're both
Nice.
fine depth players that aren't going to age out soon. So I'm good with that either way. But it's interesting. I told them both, you don't play a position that I use, because that was one of the answers when they asked, what will it take for me to get on the team? And since that
Uh-huh.
time, they've both learned a position that I use. I don't know if that's new or not because
That's
I don't
good.
have a lot of experience with national team management.
I neither do I, so I wouldn't be
Yeah,
able to tell
I
you.
don't know if that's a
But
new thing that they actually start training something else to get on the national team. Because this
it
guy,
makes sense
yeah,
though.
because this guy used to have a good rating at midfield, but now he's got, well, it looks like he's natural. So he's 18 or more at this point. But yeah, so good. And then this striker, he's gone to 18 or more. He's also natural. He used to have a decent rating at striker. Apparently, they've been playing other positions on their club teams. Like, did they then turn around and go to their club team and say, "Hey, play me at this position so I can get on the national team"? Because I've seen players ask me on my club team, "Can I play more often so I can get on my national team?" But I've never had a player ask me to play a different position to get on a national team.
Yeah.
So it makes me wonder if that's what these players did, and if so, how come I haven't encountered that on my own team? Just things to think about in the game that I
Gotcha.
discovered
Yeah, it
today.
is.
Yeah, things that I discovered today because I was looking through and I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to call up a national team soon. So I did what I always do. I looked through all the players and all of their forms and all of how they're doing, and I sorted them by the order I wanted them to be in. And I did all of that off camera because it's boring as hell to watch. And then I was like, huh, these guys are still like, because they're quite high up on my um, list,
Uh-huh.
and they just weren't called up. But then I looked at them and I'm like, oh, they can suddenly play midfield and striker respectively. This
Hmm.
changes how I approach this entirely. So
Absolutely.
I have to wonder if that's a new feature or not because it's not listed anywhere as a feature in the game. But hooray for them! Good for them doing what it takes
Fine.
to get on the
So
team.
that's going to be SI's way of saying we worked on international management.
Oh, I sure hope not. I hope not. Because last season when we did Ireland, I didn't really have any players like that that didn't fit my tactic. I played this same tactic, but there wasn't any like big wingers that couldn't also play another position. primarily because I
Mhm.
bought most of those players. And trained them myself in positions I could use. Now that I'm thinking about that, and I can't do that yet on here because most of these players are well out of my price range.
Mhm.
I forgot about that because I didn't take over the national team until my team had already had some success.
Y- Yeah.
Hmm,
Oh,
interesting.
it's definitely different this time around.
Yeah, it is. It's a much harder challenge because I'm looking at some of the young guys that are up and comers for the national team, going, "Oh man, I should buy that guy so I can play him, in this position more often, so he'd be more." Oh, but I can't because my team is too small. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Uh,
these are
but
just little
to
road
answer your
bumps.
to answer your question, Karen, I got mine off of Steam, not the Microsoft Store. I actually, do you know anyone that bought FM off the Microsoft Store?
No, but we don't buy
No.
it, Jacob. Oh, you did buy your copy, didn't you?
Well, okay, not this year's, but the last couple of years I
Yeah.
have.
I don't actually. I get it on Steam, but I don't pay for it, so I don't know much about the. I don't know anything about the Microsoft Store.
If you have other games on Steam, I would just get it off of Steam.
Yeah,
And I would on if you're thinking about getting it now, I would wait a little while, see if there's a
Christmas sale.
discount for the winter sale.
Christmas
Yeah.
sale. There's going to be a Christmas sale. 100%.
Yes. So there's going to be there should be a discount for it.
Yeah, wait for the Christmas sale. It will
And
go on sale.
the argument is you've waited this long already. What's a couple more days or a week or two?
Right. It's more than a couple of days, but yeah, it'll be a couple of weeks before the Christmas sale, I think ish. But I don't actually know when Steam does it. I can't comment on when Steam does things, but it's usually closer to Christmas. But I can tell you that the game will be on sale for Christmas. Now, there are some key websites out there that sell keys for the game for Steam. And some of them are cheaper. And people will be like, oh, well, I'd like to pay less. But here's the problem sometimes those keys get revoked. I'm not even shitting you. You'll sign on, and all of a sudden, your game will have been revoked, and you'll get a notice on Steam that the game was revoked. And you can't do
Really?
shit about that. Yeah, that's happened to quite a few people. They've posted it on our forums.
Hmm.
And I'm like, every time the answer is, well, you have to go talk to the retailer that you got that from because that's an issue with them. So that's why it's really dangerous to buy keys from other places. However, if you do want to buy a key, if you cannot wait, then Jacob and I both have access to a discount code for the game that you can get right away.
Still active?
Oh yeah, that's active all the time. That's active year
Oh, I
round.
didn't know that.
Yeah, that's active year round. Through our Facebook
Oh,
group.
look at that. I learn something new every day.
Yeah, that's active year round through our Facebook group. With a small discount on the game if you want to buy it that way, and that one is 100% legitimate and won't take it away if you can't wait. But I suggest you just wait for the Christmas sale because it's
Well,
probably going to be better.
he's getting his PC on Christmas, so he's gonna.
Oh
I
well,
assume he's gonna wait regardless.
yeah, there you go. Getting the laptop on Christmas means you can just buy the game on Christmas and off you go. You're off to the race. On Christmas, it's almost assuredly still going to be on sale. They don't end the Christmas sale until like after Christmas.
Y- I think it's even after the New Year's. No.
Yeah, I think it runs all the way to New Year. You're right. Yeah, I think it's January the 3rd is when the Christmas sale ends. It's usually a nice long one. Give people lots of opportunity to, you know, get their gift cards and play with their current toys and stop being fat from too much turkey. And then they'd be like, okay, I guess I'll roll on to Steam and buy that game I was going to buy. Give you plenty of opportunities for that.
Prep teamwork. Okay, that's that. I need to find coaches. I think. Uh, Coaches. I need to find something, but I think I have to wait until the end of the season because I don't have a lot of wage budget.
Yep. I'm going to have to get by with what you have. Why does these people want to keep buying my players? I don't want to sell. I'm having that. I finally sold that midfielder, the prospect one.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, it was happening while we were talking about other stuff, so I didn't say anything. But yeah, what's his name? Casper Winter. He finally sold for only 135K. I wish you had bought him after all. What a steal!
All right. So what else can I look for? Goalkeeper. A goalkeeper.
It's National Team Day. All right. Woo. I already figured out my starting 11 and backups. It's all set. Simon Kyer hasn't been playing for his club team. God damn it, Milan. Sell him. Sell him to somewhere he will play. At his age, he's like 32. If you don't play him, he's
Sure.
going to regress way too fast.
Yes, most definitely.
I think I might try to get him in on loan or something. He'd be a hell of an upgrade for my team. Captain of our
Yes, he
national
would.
team. He's still good. He's still in my top 3 defenders for this team. So nothing wrong with it. Hey, thanks for that. Offering promotion to your channel? Uh-oh. It's a bot. Ah, damn it. Get a follow and it's a goddamn bot.
Don't need a goalkeeper. Age.
Son of a bitch.
You'll get
There we go.
at least it's not 752 or whatever it was that I got.
Yeah, no, I had that once though, but it wasn't that many. It was like 90 some. It was still annoying, but you're right. I'm so glad you found a thing that got rid of them all quickly.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. It basically, I guess they have a list of all of the bots or accounts that are bots, basically, and
Useful.
it just auto deletes them.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so useful. Love it.
So, goalkeeper.
I haven't had a bot freaking message in a while, so they've done a really good job on Twitch of cutting down on bots and spam accounts. I don't even know if that's actually a bot, but it's a spam account nonetheless. They're trying to get me to buy followers. Like, I know I'm pathetic, but I'm not paying for them. Oh, darn it, Sweden tied it up.
Never gotten that low yet.
Well, no, you have gotten followers faster than anybody I've ever seen. Like, you made affiliate faster than any person I've ever seen. You did it, what, 4 days,
Record.
5 days or something? Less than a week.
No, 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 no. It was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks.
Oh, right. Well, I guess in real time, but in stream time, you streamed like 4 times and you were there.
I
So,
guess so.
yeah, it's the fastest I've ever seen it. And your follower count, what are you up to now?
60, 60. I don't know.
It took
Check
me
my stream.
a very long time to
63.
break 50, right? Because 50 was a thing. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. You're doing great, and it'll just
Thank you.
now you're collabing. It's going to explode. So
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Sweden's goal was called back, and then we just got another one, so it's 2-0. I know that's going to be confusing.
um, fullback. Who are my fullbacks?
I'm sure that I don't know, unless I was to
Yikes.
look at your team. I don't know your team that well yet. That's funny because
It's
normally I
okay.
do, but no. Right now, I'm so concentrating on trying to improve my own team. I can't keep track of anyone else's. The day will
I need
come.
to wait.
Mhm.
I need to wait until I guess 2 years from now when I get into the Champions League
Yep.
because you're gonna get the Champions League money.
Hoyland has a hat trick. It's 3-0. So glad I called him up. He replaced Braithwaite and has been excellent.
Nice.
Yeah, so far so good with him.
Oh, that's right. We don't have Portugal. They have a full team and probably the same as us.
Hoyland's only 20. He plays for Hoffenheim. If I could get a big reputation boost, I would love to buy him.
All right, let's jump into your game.
I don't know how exciting this game will be for you. It's already 3-0.
Well, I mean, okay, fine. Do you want me to keep looking for some staff members? I can
Yeah,
keep doing that.
Hoyland just got his fourth. It's 4-0 for Hoyland. So that's all that really matters. It's Hoyland 4, Sweden 0. That's what's going on here.
Then I need one.
It's great, though. Man, he's been fantastic. I'm definitely not going to be able to buy him, though, because, I mean, this is just raising his value that he's scoring so much for the national team.
How much money?
I'm gonna replace Wine. I'm gonna give these two new guys their debuts today because we're ahead by enough that I feel okay about that. Just 3 subs, right? Oh no, I can make
Yeah.
12.
No, it's a friendly.
I can
It's a
make
friendly.
12. I can make 12. Last friendly, they only let me do 9. Now I can do 12. Aru.
Don't ask questions. Just say thank you.
Yeah, okay. I'll make all 12 if I need to.
You were just who we looked at, right? Yeah.
But I mean, we're beating Sweden, and I'm quite confident that's one of Denmark's rival nations, right? So
I'd
good
assume
to win.
so.
I would assume, yeah. I don't know what level of rivalry they have, if it's a heated one or a friendly one or what, but yeah.
Performance,
But what about
performance
England versus
analyst.
France? Is that going to be a fun game? You think that'll be entertaining?
It should.
Yeah.
Um. So did you watch the Brazil game
Yep.
today?
Sure did.
Apparently, a lot of people on Twitter and Facebook were annoyed with how Brazil was celebrating.
Oh, I
I
guess.
had a sug- I have a suggestion.
Uh
Don't get scored on.
huh.
They won't be celebrating.
What a great
But
suggestion.
yeah,
Nobody would have thought of that. I mean, who was surprised, honestly, who was surprised that Brazil beat Korea? Like, who could possibly be surprised by that? If you didn't see that coming, I don't know what to say. But yeah,
yeah,
if you don't want to get celebrated on, don't get scored on. I love it. This is solid advice. You should write a letter to all of the committees for these national teams.
sure. Why not?
What are you pointing at? Yeah,
Nothing
I
else
told you
to do.
England and France are playing each other. I already mentioned that. Yeah, in the quarterfinals, it's England versus France. That's exciting. Who's not stoked for that? I
Like I
honestly
said,
don't know the last time they played each
speaking
other. It's been a very, very long time.
an analyst. Um, yeah, I don't know either.
Mhm. I'm confident
Right,
they've played
two
each other.
recruitment
Just probably been a
analysts.
long time. There, I've made every substitution, including Hoyland, although I don't
Last
want
time they
to.
played in a competitive game, it finished 1-1. And how long ago was that, Kieran?
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to know. 1-1 though. That's quite a battle.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. Recruitment analyst is player ability.
And Croatia only beat Japan in penalty kicks. I don't know if you saw that too.
I did. I wanted Japan to move on.
Japan really
Uh,
played a good game against Croatia.
they did.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, geez, they got the penalty kicks. They stopped. Like that's amazing, don't you think? I, I
Oh yeah,
I
absolutely.
expected Croatia to absolutely demolish them, but they didn't. All right, my game is done. It was a solid 4-0 win for the Danish national team.
Give me a second. I'm doing a contract right
I
now.
see that. No rush. Last time they played was 2017, but the last competitive game was 2012. Okay, so it's been 10 years since they've played each other in a competitive game, and that's quite a long time. And then tomorrow is the last of the preliminary, the first knockout. So Spain and Morocco, which honestly, the way Morocco's playing, flip a coin. Portugal, Switzerland. I think
Yeah,
Portugal's going to win that one, but Switzerland is that team that loves to upset teams. When you underestimate them. So,
I don't like Ronaldo, so I want
oh,
Switzerland to win.
I hate Ronaldo. That's not what we're talking about. I'm just saying who I think is going to win. I want Switzerland to win. You know, and you know how the Swiss feel about that, right?
They want them to win as
No,
well,
no,
I'd
no,
assume.
no. They're neutral.
Oh, oh, my God. It took me a second on that one. Ronaldo's been absolute mug recently.
Yeah, I don't like him at all. He's acting like a prima donna. He is. He's just being so horrible.
He's.
He
I
thinks
feel
he's
like he's
bigger
always
than
been
the
like
game.
that.
He has, but it doesn't look good on him when he's not a good player anymore. So
Yeah.
a lot of players who have been like him in the past, eventually they start to get older and calm down. You know what I mean? Like they start to their age and they get a little bit more humble as they age. They age gracefully is the way I might want to word that.
Uh-huh.
Ronaldo's not aging gracefully. No.
No, I don't. I wouldn't expect him to either.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, so that's 2.2 thousand off the wage budget. We should be down to 65.3. So we would like to sell another player.
Yeah. Think about his counterpart, Lionel Messi.
Uh-huh.
How much more humble is Messi? A lot,
Oh,
right?
extremely,
Yeah, like he's
extremely.
a way more down to earth human being, and that's why people root for him. Ronaldo was like the polar opposite of Messi. They're the two best players in the world for the past 10, 15 years, no questioning that. But they're
Hmm.
such different personalities, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
If Argentina wins the World Cup, I'm not going to be sad. I'm going to be like, good job, Messi, you deserve that. But if Portugal won, I'd be like, fuck that guy. Screw Ronaldo. I don't think he deserves it because we'll never hear the end of him bragging about it. Oh my god.
So we're getting this guy in on loan for a
Doak.
year and a half.
Okay. Ben Doak. Yeah. He's a hell of a prospect on my game. He's never become a starter, obviously, because he plays right wing, and well, so does Mohamed Salah and
Uh,
Harvey Elliott and a host of other prospects for Liverpool. But he is a fine
yeah.
prospect, and I did manage to develop him. And 4 years in, I sold him for 30+ million, so he's good.
Holy Lord.
Yeah, yeah. So he's a fine prospect, definitely. But he was never
Huh.
going to push Salah or Harvey Elliott out of contention for the right wing. So
No, I don't think so.
I mean, Salah's still scoring for me, even at 34 years old. He's still playing well, but he's no longer a star player. I rotate him with a couple other players, but he's still doing well. Virgil van Dijk is retiring on me, though, but he's going to become a coach, so I'm okay with it. It's funny, Van Dijk is retiring, even though he's still a star player on my team. Like he still starts almost every game, and he's retiring.
How
Yeah, that
how
doesn't
far are
happen
you
very often.
into the safe? You said how
Uh,
far?
Van Dijk's 35. What does he start as? 30. So four, five,
31,
five,
32.
5 or 6 years. I don't know. One of those. I think he's 30 or 31. So 5 or 6 years into the game.
Was that DI what? JK? No. Yes, it is. He's 32. This is our second season, so he would be 31. That would be my guess.
Okay, then so I'm
Um,
probably 5 years in. Then that makes sense. Thanks for checking.
no
Now we
problem.
know more than we did before.
That's how many are included? It doesn't give me a number. I can
For
still add some more. Do I want to add any youth prospects? I don't think so.
Oh, I just included my youth prospects. They registered 27 out of 30 because it's all the players I have. I don't even have 30 players on my team. I mean, anybody who doesn't start or sit on the bench for me, I sell. Like literally, all I have. I don't have extra players because I can't afford that. You
At
can
least not yet. Soon you will be.
you can afford extra players. My God,
I can.
way to go, Richie Rich.
Why, thank you.
No problem. That's awesome though. To be able to have lots of extra. You're right. I like to have a few depth players, but most of the time they're just young developing players. I'm not at that point yet. Like some of my lower players, like Gregor's still here. He's 29 and making 2,100 to sit on my bench. Don't like it.
Ooh, Ricardo Pepi. If we had the money, we'd go after him.
Oh man, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
He should have been included in the U.S. squad in real life.
well. Speaking of all of
But
that, in general. Let me just go and look at Simon. Okay, he's not playing, so transfer. I mean, there's to me, there's probably almost no chance whatsoever he'd even consider coming to my team.
Well,
They
it's worth a shot.
Milan don't even want to let him go on loan, but oh no, there is no
If
but. I can
oh,
make
okay.
it. I can make an offer, but oh, it went away. I can make an offer. It's not telling me I can't make an offer. So, how much a week are they paying him? Is the first thing I need to know. 67,000. Oh man, uh,
That's
that's
quite a bit of money
that's
if I
all. That's
if
all.
I do say so myself.
That's almost as much as my entire team makes. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay, well, not getting him. Not at
gotta wait a couple years.
all. At least, but by then he's going to be like 100 and no longer on the national team. I only wanted to get him so I could get him regular minutes, so he could be on the national team and not dying. Like speaking of sharpness, nobody on my team has anymore because of this break.
Yeah, but I mean, I have a friendly coming up in a week,
I have one. I don't think that's going to be. Oh, I guess I got two. That's not going to be enough. I need
and I
more.
have two friendlies than European competition
Why did we stop playing and have this training camp in the middle of the season? I'm confuzzled
because
by
it's the
this.
transfer window. What did wait? You mean in the game?
Yeah.
Um, because the transfer window opens up and you said you wanted to look at players.
No, 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 no. No, sorry. Why is there a break in the game?
Because it's cold in Denmark.
Really? Oh, it's
Y-
cold in England
Well,
too, but
I'd
they don't
imagine
have a break during that period.
because they play 50,000 games this season.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Oh,
all right.
so I figured out how to remember the Scandinavian nations in order, right?
50,000 games. Okay, cool.
So in order, it goes Norway, Sweden, Finland,
Uh huh.
right?
It does. Okay.
And so the first thing that came to mind was NSFW, if you know what that
Oh,
acronym stands for. So just take the first three. And so N is for Norway, S is for Sweden, and F is for Finland. I don't know. I saw it the other day and I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. So now, if anyone ever asks me where the Scandinavian countries are, I'll be able to tell them without hesitation.
I don't want a safe search. God damn it. Why is it doing a safe search? I don't want a safe search. Just okay. I need to use a different browser. This one doesn't even work. Oh no, no. Okay, so it's filtered out all the results. Different browser.
You just look up Finland, unless you're looking up something else.
Yeah, I'm like NSFW. That's just not safe for work, right? That's all that
Oh,
is.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, not safe for work.
Okay. I'm like, why won't you just say
Yeah,
it? I was like, does it mean something
oh,
else that I don't know about?
no,
So
it
you're
doesn't.
like, if you know what that means, and then you didn't say it, I'm like, is it something other than what I think it is? So
No, I just assumed you'd know.
well, I mean, if you don't say it, I have to assume it's something you can't say on a stream.
Well, I
I,
mean, you
I had to
can.
assume it was something that was not safe for work. Okay.
No, it's definitely safe for work.
Okay. Now I know, and now I feel foolish, but that's okay because sometimes I don't know all the modern terminology for things, and I admit that.
Okay, that's fair. At least you're able to admit it.
I'm not completely up to date on all the memes. I am an old fogey sometimes, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, trust me, I know. Okay,
Thanks. Thanks.
no problem.
I feel the love.
That's what I'm here for.
And totally.
Hey, you see the Devils is still doing well,
Yeah, they're in first place still.
which is
Hmm.
unexpected, to say the least.
Was it? I remember somebody saying they were going to do well. I mean, I don't know about first place. I don't think I would have expected
No, no,
first
no, no,
place.
no.
But
You said that they would make the playoffs.
yeah,
You didn't say
I,
that they were
I
gonna.
said that's a playoff team right there. They're going to have. They're going to do well this year. But you're right. If there's no way I knew they were going to be first. No way.
Okay, I knew they were close to Boston, but I didn't realize that they're first in the league now.
Yeah, they've been first for a little while. Yeah,
Crazy. It's
top of the
exciting.
league. Oh, it is. It's great. I knew they were a better team than anybody was giving them credit for this year. It's like some of it's addition by subtraction. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
unfortunately, Blackwood went down with an injury, which is good because I really wanted them to give Vanek a chance to start more games in
Hmm.
goal because I knew he was going to be a good goalie for us. He hardly ever got to play in Washington, but he always looked like
Yeah.
a very capable goalie. And when we stole him for nothing, I was just like, wow, that's a good goalie right there. And so I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's
yeah,
worked so far.
yeah, so Blackwood got injured and he went in and he's just not looked back, and that's good. Now they know he's capable of. And it's a year further for all of the great young players on that team. Heischer, one of the best two-way players in the league right now. Hughes starting to look more and more mature every single day. Bratt, he's one of the best goal scorers in the league at the moment. Fight me, like the guy has an excellent shot, and that's all he ever does is score goals now. And even some Setaguchi and some of those other guys, their depth is amazing. Every line can score on that team. And that's something you need in the NHL, right? So they have star
Yeah.
caliber players.
So
They have depth. Their defense is better. Again, the addition by subtraction is PK Subban left. I like PK Subban. He's great, but he had lost a step
here's the
and he was taking a lot of bad penalties last year.
busy transfer day. Are you taking part in deadline day?
I actually don't think so. I don't see a good reason to. If you are, I will, but otherwise, no.
Okay, I'm not going to. I
Okay.
don't think I have
I,
to.
I will also decline. I have nobody to buy. I
Um,
have no money. I'm negative money right now. I am
s-
Jacob levels of money at the moment. I'm like
nice, nice.
almost 7,000 over my wage budget per week because of my Angelo signing, but that is going to be worth it, I think.
Um, so how does it feel to have no money and be Jacob's level
Uh,
of money here?
I did what you did. I invested it all in a player.
Let's try this one more time.
AGF, that's your team.
Yes,
So why do I care if they're bidding on this player? Oh, he's on my short list.
I've been doing it a
Got
couple of times too.
got it. Oh yeah,
This is my prospect.
holding IF make loan approach for Sveistrup. Like, why do I care? Oh yeah, because he's on my short list. Because he's a decent
Can
looking
I
prospect.
can be recalled fringe player? No, gotta be better. Let's see if Tyler Morton will finally join this club.
Did he? He refused.
For the third time.
Oh, Morton, why you got to be like that, man?
Why you gotta be so rude?
Exactly, right?
Um, Winks.
Loan approach for Badram. You're going to pay me nothing, and he's going to be a fringe player. Oh, where do I sign? No, you're not getting my what? They want one of my best prospects. They want to pay me nothing, and they're going to make him a fringe player. Like he's already that for my
I
team.
think I think that's where a loan manager will be good, so you can have it automatically reject. Like anything with a fringe player
I
status.
think I can already do that.
I guess so.
Oh,
A regular starter.
Manchester City have bid 13.5 million on Victor Christensen. I guess I'll take him off
Is
my
that one of
short
your
list.
players?
No, 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 no.
Oh,
No, yeah, no, 13.5 million. I'd be freaking elated. No, it's just a guy that I thought that I might try to buy at some point down the line when I make the Champions League. But no, City's buying him for 13.5 million. I can't compete with that. I'm just taking him off my short list. Like, okay,
fair enough.
bye. Guess I don't have that kind of money. I probably never will. Not never. Never say never. Not for a long time. Not in time to sign somebody like him. Okay, so let's see. I'm not going to have Ngabu next year. Makati's leaving. So I'm going to need another. central midfielder at some point. Gregor is definitely leaving, so I'm going to need another central defender at one point, preferably a young one. HB Koj make loan approach for Nielsen. He's also an AGF. That's the other guy on my short list.
Jeez.
Now, I only got the two, I think, of your young players. Or maybe there's another. I don't know. There might be two or three. I don't know. You're really good young
Oh,
players. I put on my short list just in case, because I know how you like to ignore them or not play them. So I'm just, I'm ready to pounce. Like last season,
there we go.
I kept looking at all of your youth intakes because you get some really decent prospects and you never play them, and I'd be like, okay, I'll yoink that guy from you.
I'll, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna try to not allow that as much this time around.
Yeah, no, I hope that's true. So yeah, no, I have. I think I have three. It was Nielsen's Feistrup and there's another. It's like an attacking central
Sorensen.
midfielder. No, no, no. And your young players. It's an attacking central midfielder. I'll just go look. It's just easier if I just look.
We lost $2 million last month. Why?
AGF Sveistrup Nielsen. I think I might have taken the other guy off now that I'm looking at it.
Transfer expenditure, so 1.3. So we lost $1 million.
Oh, it's this
That
guy.
wasn't. Hold on.
Findus. I don't know. He was on my short. He was on the short list for a little while. Then I took him off because
Oh, okay.
he only has an 8 determination, so I took him off for that reason. Well, what happened was I added them all when I scouted them. They were all on my short list for 6 months, and then when they expired, I
Uh-huh.
re-added the two guys that had decent determination. I just didn't re-add Deuce because he's an 8 determination, but I just re-added him now.
Oh, this isn't gonna be good.
Oh yeah, they're trying to yoink one of your scouts, eh?
Yeah, the only good news is the compensation is 850,000, but I don't want him to go.
So offer him a new contract. That's the only way you can overcome that.
I don't think I have the money to be able to. Yeah,
Usually asking them to stay if you're not a favorite staff person pisses them off.
well, not interesting. See, look, he's on 3.7 now. I can only offer 3.2.
Ah, boo.
All right,
Not
so I'm gonna
cool.
need a new scout. What is um, what is he scouting right now?
Who's taking him? West Ham? Damn them. Damn
Yeah,
those
what's his
rich
name?
English teams. Jones.
Simon Jones. He's scouting Europe. Okay.
Mr. Jones. Yep.
All right.
Maybe he's the guy.
Time.
Maybe he's the guy in that song. Mr. Jones and me. Look into the future. We stare at the beautiful women. You know, that old one. It's Counting Crows.
Uh-huh.
It's a good song.
No. No. This is it. I think this is what we're gonna do for going forward because we can't add anybody.
Mm-hmm. I have lots of room in my registration if I wanted to add players. I could add like 9
This
more
is
players.
this this is for Europe.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know
What I'm
anything about
looking at.
that. I wouldn't know anything about that.
I know it's not your cup of tea yet.
We're still a poor peasant team doing our best to scrape by.
How did how did that happen?
How did what happen?
I left out Finn Becker, one of the best players.
You left out one of your teams on registration? Whoops.
Oh well.
Just tell him it was a mistake if he complains.
All right. No, but I think I just have to get to the next round. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Yeah, he's probably mad at you, isn't he?
They don't give a shit.
Well, that's good.
He has to perform. He has to perform in the league first to earn his right to play in Europe.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
It gives us one good player in the league to try and make sure we secure a top 3 finish.
I'm very sure you're going to get a top 3 finish. How
Oh,
the hell am I 9 points ahead of you? I don't understand.
look at my performances the last 5 games, and you'll see. To call them disappointing was an understatement.
Okay, Real Betis. That's not a huge spread. Brøndby, a draw away. It's a tough team away. Wolves. Who
That was the red
cares?
card game as well, if I remember correctly.
You lost at home 1-0 to Randers. That sucks. Away to Nordsland. It just away to Copenhagen. I mean, okay. I guess the only real difference is in those away games against tough teams. I've somehow managed to find a way to scrape out a point
Yep.
or 3. But yeah, that's it. That's the only difference. Because I think there's only one loss on your entire schedule that I don't think is very good. That was that one, the home game to Randers. Like, how did you lose that one?
Stays with us. He stayed with us. There we go.
This is a friendly, so I don't need to play this.
That is correct.
So, instant results. Instant insults. We don't want to wait for our insults. They will be now. Now, now, now.
And then we have. Oh look, we won 1-0. Michael Anderson.
5-1.
Damn.
I think you
Ooh.
probably played a harder team than I did. Who did I play?
I don't know about that.
I've never even heard of these guys.
Well, just because you've never heard of them doesn't mean they're not good.
They're not even in a league at all.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe they're bad.
Like I click on them and they're not even in a league.
Oh, you know what? Let me do this.
So the fact that we gave up a goal to them is unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Brentford versus Man City has several national team players. Oh my God, look at all these games that have. Some people take national management seriously in this game to the point where they'll actually watch the games with players in them.
Yeah,
Like, wow.
I've seen that before.
I'm like, wow, you guys are dedicated.
I find it fascinating.
Yep. I just use analytics. I'm good with that. It's like, who's in form? Who's playing well? Who's got the best attributes, honestly? Because, for me, that's
Absolutely.
mostly what it is. Like, even if a guy isn't playing much, I still call them up if they're the best player. If it's
Um,
similar between two players, I'll definitely take the one that's in better form.
yes, I agree.
Like, I've got 2 or 3 different central midfielders that I can call up to fill out the roster, so to speak, like the bottom end
Mhm.
of the thing. But one of them plays for a bigger club than the other two and plays regularly. So I'm like, yeah, that's the guy. It's
Buy smoker.
Bidstrip. Bidstrip. Mads Bidstrip. He plays for Brentford and he plays regularly, so he gets called up ahead of a couple of the other midfielders for that reason alone. Now, when I say plays regularly, it's mostly off the bench, but still higher competition. He's in the Premier League.
The doctor. I'm gonna take a risk here. Our best striker got the flu. Send him home for 2 weeks. He misses the first game in Europe. He'll miss both games. So
That's not a
let's
risk.
use a
That's
doctor.
that's downright silly.
So send him home.
You don't want him to miss both games.
Well, so we're gonna use the doctor,
Yeah,
like I thought.
yeah. Oh, that's the risk. Is you're using the doctor. See, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm sorry.
yeah.
thought you're taking a risk
Okay.
of sending him home. I'm like, no, don't do that.
Oh, that's silly.
Yeah,
Well, that's silly calling that the risk.
I misunderstood.
It's okay. We
it,
all make
it
mistakes.
was it was backwards from what I just had it backwards in my mind. Now I get it. Now I understand. Amar, damn, why are you training so well? I just got a new striker. I don't know how much I can play you.
Oh, okay.
Damn. Good on him for training hard and playing well, though. Do 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 do. So I have a lot of good strikers. I have 4 good strikers on my club team now.
Lesson.
Good problem to have.
Absolutely. It's always a good problem to have
Hmm.
too many strikers.
Too many good strikers. Competent and capable ones.
One recommendation in Northern Europe, and he's a C minus. This is the one recommendation in Northern Europe.
Hmm.
My scout gave him a C minus. Why was he recommended? Hey, yeah. See, that's why with this game with scouting this year, I just want to scout nations and scout everybody, and then use this
But it doesn't.
players
But it doesn't
in
work very well.
range.
But it doesn't work very well.
It has 31,000 players in it.
No, but scouting nations individually doesn't seem to work very well.
I mean, here I'm scouting England. Let's try it.
Okay.
Let's do nationalities English. 7,000 players.
Right.
Um, I don't know. I think it's gonna. I don't know. And these are for goalkeep. These are goalkeeping ratings as well. So that's why these numbers look bad. But this is an actual goalkeeper from Brighton. I
Hmm.
guess we can't get him because of the finances, but maybe on loan in the summer.
Maybe
I think that's what we're gonna have to do.
do more loans.
Um, at least until we can get enough finances from
Seems
the
reasonable.
Champions League.
Seems reasonable. Hopefully, draw some games or win some games to actually get some money from the Champions League.
Yeah, I still want to go far because I don't know if Copenhagen is still in.
I don't either.
Romani set for huge transfer move to Liverpool.
That's funny. They do need to redo their midfield. That's why in my game I bought Jude Bellingham. But that's probably going to happen in real life. So, haha.
Yeah, he got there first.
Yeah, I'm
Training.
a hipster. That's right. I did it before it was cool or something. No, I think a lot of people that play any English club try to buy Jude
We'll do
Bellingham.
that.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's freaking good.
You're right.
I mean, he was one of the key contributors to England's win the other day.
Yes, he was.
Now we'll have to see how they play against France. I don't know. I just, like I said, their defense
So
isn't that great, so I'm not sure what to expect.
I would like France to win.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I want France to win.
Yeah, because you're sick of hearing English people be insufferable about their team. A little bit. It's our year. It's coming
Sure.
home. It's like, okay. Your team needs to get a little
Um,
better. Who knows though? They could pull it off if they win. You know, like it just a couple of their players are in really good form.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I just listen. Okay, maybe you can explain to me what is the point behind the song "It's Coming Home." You've been singing it for nearly 60 years now, 54
Yeah,
years,
it's
and
true.
it hasn't come home yet. Like,
Time to put it to rest.
I'm as someone who doesn't understand the reasoning behind it, it sounds like it's the most pretentious thing
Uh-huh.
you can think of.
And of course, being
Like,
pretentious and being British is never correlated together.
listen, I'm an American. I can't say much.
No, you're right, because Americans are pretty pretentious too. No, I mean
Yeah.
English people hate everyone. They even hate themselves, so it's okay. But yeah, the whole "it's coming home"
Well,
thing is a bit over the top. Their team isn't bad; they just don't have the defense to win. If I'm just being purely a sports fan, England is just not a good enough team to win.
but here's the thing. I'm so superstitious. I don't want to say anything until they
Mhm,
get knocked out
mhm.
because if I do say something,
Yeah,
in my mind they're going to end up winning,
right. Or
and then I'm going to look like an idiot.
and then they'll never let you hear the end of it ever.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I
So.
know.
Mhm.
And I don't want that to happen.
I think that English fans are just as bad as Toronto Maple Leafs fans.
See, I don't know many Maple Leafs fans,
Oh God, there's so many of them.
but I assume I would imagine how many there are in
Oh,
Canada.
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the worst part being is the majority, like English fans, the majority of them aren't even old enough to have been alive the last time they won anything. And I live in the west of Canada, and even our media here talks about the Maple Leafs almost nonstop. We have
Uh,
other teams over here, but all they ever do is talk about the goddamn Maple Leafs. In Toronto, they believe they live in the center of the universe. They do. People that live there believe they live in the center of the universe, and it's just okay. So when you're talking about pretentious sports fans, they are probably among the ones that are the most insufferable, and they haven't won a cup in I don't even know how long. Like I do, but longer than most of them have been alive. Is the point? So yeah, England fans just gotta curb their expectations a little, be a little bit more humble about it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like when people say to me, "Do you think Canada's going to win?" I'm like, "Absolutely not," but I'm happy we got in. Didn't win a single game. I was right. But they prove they belong
all
there.
right.
That's how
How
I
much
feel about their
should the new
showing.
contract? Prefer not to wait. All right. How much money do you want? Regular starter. Let's see if we can bring this down to squad player. Yeah, one. You want more than 2.5 times your contract? Get out of here. I don't care. You're not even going to stay past December, so you can.
Hmm.
I don't know. Go fly a kite.
But you support who you support. When you're a fan, you got to stay a fan. So I also understand that.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I know what it's like to cheer for a struggling team very, very well. I have a few favorite
Oh
teams
man,
that are struggling teams. So yeah. Even
you and me both,
yeah,
Jakob.
even you, Jacob. Like the Devils haven't been good over the past decade. So it's hard, but you stick with them and you just hope for a better season each year. It's true of cheering for
Who's
your
this,
nation in
this
anything.
Swedish team? No, thank you. Yeah. I mean, for example, my favorite team, Rochdale, we're on the verge of getting relegated out of the League Two,
Out of the football league. Yep.
out of the football league. Yeah. So
Ouch.
it's listen, it's so disappointing
Hmm.
how they've been playing, and
No question.
I still want to get over to England one day. I'm I'm not one of those fans, but they always bring out some sort of World Cup song just to hype the nation up and to make them think we've got a good team, we might stand a chance.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. You
We
do have a
we
good
might
team. They're
bring
just
it
not.
home. Other than
Yeah.
that, I have no idea.
I
But
mean,
it's
yeah,
actual song, isn't it? Isn't it? I think it was a song from the '66 World Cup,
something like that.
and I think they've been singing it every competition since.
Mm.
And um, but yeah, Rochdale. It's just they're extremely disappointing this year, and it's not even it's unbearable to watch even.
Yeah, look on the bright side. When you do get over there, if they're in a lower league, going to see a game will be cheaper.
That's true. Well, they have to still be around. They still have to be around.
Well, they're not going to fold the team just because they go out of the English pyramid. I mean, or
Well,
not
no,
the
but I
English
mean,
pyramid. Sorry, but the football league. Yeah, they'll still be in the English pyramid. I misspoke there.
they're not they're not financially stable. I'll tell you that.
Well, then maybe going
Like,
down is the best thing for them.
yeah, going down twice in what, 5 years? 5 years, something like that.
It's hard as a fan. I know. I get it. It's really tough.
Um,
For me, the culmination of all of the worst possible things about being a sports
or
fan happened when Wayne Gretzky called the New Jersey Devils a Mickey Mouse franchise. That stung, Wayne. That stung. Okay, settle down. I mean, we were horrible, but I mean, to the Devils' credit, they went out and smoked the Oilers 8-0 the next night.
Mhm.
So,
So
these are professionals. They have pride.
they do.
And then he apologized.
So
And to his credit, Wayne Gretzky never shit talked another team again. He's always the most humble guy
um,
after that. It's good.
in 9 months, what's his name? Findos?
Hmm.
Findos has gained a whole star rating on my team, which is nice to see.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, he made a
yeah.
return to my short list, even though he's got the low determination. But that's good. He's developing. Good for him.
Do you bring players in your under 18s or under 19s to your first team so they can be mentored by someone in your first team
Of course I do.
and make them available for the under 19s?
That's exactly what you want to do if you want to fix things such as determination or poor personalities.
Okay.
Yep, I will do that. And sometimes I'll even slip him into a game as a substitute if it's a cup game or something like that,
Hmm.
because that usually gives them a nice boost if they get an appearance. Depending on their personality type, of course. If they're not into big matches and stuff like that, sometimes it goes the opposite way. Then they start to get worse, and like, God damn it, I gave you a first team
So
appearance.
then, so you don't give them a first team appearance if they're
if they
nervous like
if
that.
they got a shitty personality, yeah, because like bad personalities in this game can make a player get much worse. But at the same time, I don't try to develop too many players that have bad personalities. It really depends. Luckily, I know how to hire a director, a head of youth development, and things like that that won't bring in too many bad personality players. Your head of youth
Hmm.
development's personality has a direct impact, and the average of your team has a direct impact on the type of players you're going to get through youth intakes. So
Yeah.
keep your determination average high, and your youth intakes will have a higher average determination. Get ahead of youth development with a high determination. That'll also rub off on it. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, those things. One thing leads to another, leads to another. So you just got to have the domino effect of how do I get good youth prospects?
Yeah, absolutely. There's many different ways to make sure you have
Yeah,
good youth prospects. Obviously, the facilities, like you said, director of youth, um,
yeah.
your squad personality,
It matters. Yeah.
um, and even the nationalities of your coaches have an influence
Yep.
on the players.
Yep. You are correct. I think we need more instances of staff members' children coming into clubs.
I can agree with that.
Because I look at real life
But
football and it happens more often than one might think.
so here's the thing, though: are you able to do that from a legal perspective?
It happens in real life a lot.
No, I understand that, but like, let's take Jurgen Klopp for example. Let's say he was a coach instead of a head coach,
Mhm.
and does his son like? Can you say he has a son and bring him up through the youth system? Like, are there any legal hurdles to do
Okay, so
when coming to do that?
if it's in Football Manager, one of the things you could do is do it with only new gen staff.
That would be my suggestion as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. Just only do it with new gen staff. But there's a lot of new gen staff even after the first year going forward, and they should start having more children joining your youth academy from staff because it happens a lot in real life where you know kids will get an opportunity on teams that they otherwise wouldn't have only because a family member is part of the staff. Even Accrington Stanley, I'll use as an example. They had I guess he was their head of youth development, but more he was their head scout. I mean, in Accrington, one guy can do four jobs. Anyway, he was in
Yeah.
charge of a bunch of things, but his brother got to come and play for the team because he was a member of the
Really?
staff, and he, yeah, as a youth prospect, he got to come play for that team because his brother was his older brother, his much older brother, I'll add, played for the team, so he got an opportunity to join them through the youth academy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it happens. Players have their kids in
Yeah. I
academies too.
think
It's all over the place. Exactly. You're right. It happens in real life a lot. It doesn't happen enough in Football Manager, in my opinion.
like you said, you'd have to do it with new gens.
Yeah, and that's fine. If you restrict it to only new gen staff, there's nothing wrong with that because there's a ton of them, especially after the first couple of seasons. New gen staff come in quite
Hmm.
frequently. So why not? It wouldn't be that hard to do. Like, I get it. Putting in real life players, like, yeah, there's a lot of legal ramifications. Like, our database has a ton of players who are 14, 15, 16 years old in the database, but we're not allowed to include them in the game.
Because they have to be 15.
I think they have to be, depends on the country, 16 in some countries, 17 in other countries. Yeah. And
Okay.
so they can't be included in the database if they're under a specific age. But players that are really well known, and there are some teenagers that are 13, 14 years old that are really well known, they're in the
Hmm.
database, but we can't activate them into the game
Okay.
for various reasons. So, I mean, not the least of which is that their teams that they play for are typically not in the game because we don't have the 13, 14-year-old leagues.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. I guess so.
That's one of the things, as I've mentioned before, I loved about FIFA Manager is you can manage your youth academy
Yeah.
all the way down to like the even preteens in some cases where you can develop them, pick what positions you want them to play, and it's great because by the time they get to your first team, they're the player you want them to be. And
Hmm.
teams do that in real life. They groom their players to be exactly what they want them to be by the time they get to the top. And this is where Football Manager lacks a lot, is that I end up getting players that play in positions I don't even use tactically. Like, that would never happen
Hmm.
ever.
Be scared though. So we are playing our first game in the knockouts,
I'm watching it.
and we had a corner, and it comes to nothing as per usual.
It's fun for me watching your games because I can watch it on this view that I like, and I can turn over to your side and see it on your view, and I get a different perspective.
We are away from home, so I guess that suits us.
Ooh. Get any result here that's positive at all, draw or a win, and it looks good.
Yeah.
And this is the last knockout game, or
No, this would be equivalent to the round of 32. This is the first knockout round. It's
mm.
if I win this, it goes down to 16.
Oh, okay, right, because you're in the third tier, right?
And we finished second instead of first. If we finished first, we wouldn't be playing this game.
Right, that's right. You mentioned that. It's extra games because of that, and it was close. The race. You had your
Shouldn't have been.
chance. Yeah, you had your chance.
Koulibaly, he's in on goal. He's got
Oh,
to finish that.
Caesar had a piece of that though. Ah, the salad
No,
keeper
far post to
stopped it.
nobody.
I said,
Okay. Well, that scared me a little bit, I must say.
your goalkeeper going for an adventure? Yep. That's sweeper keepers for you. They're heart attack
Yes,
inducing.
sir.
Sometimes they'll create something amazing. Like just unleash this pass that unlocks a goal, and you're like, wow, that's why I play a sweeper keeper. But every once in a while, they're heart attack inducing, and I get that.
Oh no, more than every once in a while, they're heart attack inducing. More than once in a
I
while.
suppose it depends what level you play at. You're right. The better the keeper, though, the less often it
Yes,
happens.
absolutely.
Like, I know in the Liverpool game, I play Allison as a sweeper keeper. He doesn't give me too many heart
Good
attacks,
save.
just from time to time. It was a good save. He kind of just reached down and grabbed that. He made it look easy, even though it wasn't.
20 minutes in.
Yep,
Our passing
you're doing okay.
86%.
Yep,
It could be better.
possessions up above 55, nearing 60. So if you could just
All
get a
my
goal or
teams
two,
have that though.
that's good.
I don't play. You got dabbed while I try to fix my dinner. Nice.
Got
What's for dinner tonight?
got tabbed. I love that.
Um, I like I said, possession has always been 55, 60, 65%. All of my saves. I just don't play attacking. Chicken stir fry. Oh man, I should have had that.
Chicken stir fry is delicious. 60% possession now. That's good. Passing dipped under
But again,
85, but not bad still.
the XG is less than one.
Yeah, the quality opportunity is just not happening.
Oh, right before halftime, they got to score this, right?
No, they have to miss.
Oh, just over the bar.
Still though, that's
It
like
was a highlight.
yeah, I know. Minute and a
It was a
half
highlight
past
just
the
before
extra
halftime.
minute. There's only one extra minute, but it's 2.5 minutes later.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So they officially have more shots on target than you do and shot attempts. This is not good. We need to get more offense going.
Question is how? Not like this.
Oh, that's gross. What a save. Uh,
There's nobody marking.
your players just
All
kind
right,
of
so we
stood
got
there like a bunch of goons. Like they're just standing there doing nothing. Your goalkeeper just made a nice save. Clear that ball. Damn.
yeah.
That hurts. I don't understand. They're playing three at the back, I
Uh,
guess. Maybe that's how they're stopping you, but. Mm. Oh,
is that another
man.
one?
Yep. That was another one. Yeah, it's 2-0.
All right. Well,
Oh.
that that's annoying.
Yeah.
I
Outplay them for that amount
course
of
I take.
time, and then they just get two quick ones.
I don't have any more center back. Oh, he's on the left. Funny, it was like this before last season as well, and then I went on that fantastic run.
Mm-hmm. Got to get a goal back. Got to. Can't go into the
Um,
next leg down two. It'd just be way too hard.
oh, come on.
Yeah, your team's all of a sudden just giving the ball away. What's going on there? They're
Uh,
dominating this game now, all of a sudden. In chances, I mean.
I think the bright side is not going down if we don't go 3-0 down. And Gareth, it's like they flipped to a whole new team in the second
It
half.
is, isn't it? You've had the passing and possession, but for some
Did you
reason,
ever change your skin, by the way, in this game?
no, not yet. Sorry, I keep forgetting.
Mm. Well, I mean, I don't. It doesn't matter for me, but I know you wanted it.
Yeah, I still have the link, and I
Oh,
downloaded it, and I think I even stuck it in the folder. Let's go look. I'm pretty sure I just simply forgot to switch it. If I'm
I
23,
don't even want to go attacking trying to get a goal.
yeah, yeah,
I'm afraid we
it's
concede
there.
again.
Yep, I hear you. Like this is a trash game. Like wow, I would be so angry if this was me to look at that and be like, well, in a lot of ways we outplayed
Our,
them, but we were just horrible in others. Like what? I don't even know what to
our
say.
defense, was disgusting.
Tingager has a 5.9.
I didn't have enough. I made the wrong sub at the wrong time.
Okay. Well, yeah, he was the one who mostly stood there while they were getting goals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just wants to get the paycheck.
Yeah, he's stealing a career in football. Oh my god, down 2-0 into the next leg. I mean, that's going to be a pretty big mountain. That'll be a big mountain.
Yep.
Plus you had what was it? Your injury before the game, so
It wasn't that big of a deal.
that was it. Bissick still sucks. Whoa, why is this like this? Damn it! But yeah, Bissick, not a decent player to have with a
Balanced.
knock.
So with this save, it's worked in all of my saves so far. I play with a balanced mentality with a focus on maintaining possession,
Hmm.
and it's worked in every game that I've had so far. The only issue is there will be stretches where the other team just scores scores one shot and they win the game because we couldn't score.
Yep. Yeah, structurally your tactic is sound. I don't know why you don't get more goals. I don't see any obvious reasons.
Um,
Hello.
yeah, so it's I want to get to the point where we can start going more attacking, but the first year of the save, we were predicted to finish sixth, which
Oh, good.
was right smack middle in the league.
Hmm.
I just don't think the team's good enough to be on a positive mentality yet. I would like to, but I mean, we're in second place, so I guess we can definitely try. Um, yeah, it's just annoying.
Hmm. Yeah, because obviously structurally you're doing well. Your passing's good, your possession's good. Now you just got to use that somehow.
What if I have more attacking? Um,
I mean, there's only one way to find
they
out.
are on attack. Let's try that.
I don't know what I would suggest.
Just this. It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out.
I think that from my um, perspective, I would go. My central midfielder would be the attacker, the instead of the
Not the
playmaker.
advanced playmaker.
No,
Okay.
I mean getting another body forward that also comes back is the answer in a lot of ways. Like getting more players forward will help in that give you more options. You won't give the ball away as often. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
What you want to give input? I mean, if you want to give input, you go right ahead. He's also streaming, and the link's right there. So you're welcome to jump over and
Positive.
give him advice if you'd like.
Play positive in the home leg.
Hi,
Well,
Rocky.
I think we'll have to.
Yeah, you might have to, but you're a central midfielder. Just stick him on attack, and I think that's going to add another layer to the attack.
Okay.
There's a link right in my topic to his Twitch. Although I could just go ahead and put it here. Oh right, he's not. He's
Listen,
not. He's
Kingar,
not. He's not
if you
in my
want it.
chat, so I can't. I can't add him.
Thanks, Kieran. I appreciate it. Kingar wants a new contract, and I said no. So now he's going to consider his options. Okay. You're a, you're a 3-star player.
I can't add him. Oh, you found it. Great, great. Yeah, I just go ahead and throw his link
I
there in
think
my
that's
little
very
topic.
audacious. To have a 5.1 and ask for a new contract. Like, what
That's
do you say to
yeah.
that?
I don't know.
Hey,
that
thanks for the
that
new follow.
that he's very audacious. That would be the right way to look at that. I think you've just nailed it on the head right there.
like, like, I had a 5.1. Coach, give me a new contract.
It's like, how about
What?
no?
Why? Can you tell me why? Oh, but thank you for the new follow. How are you doing tonight?
Fantastic stuff.
Sure, you can have some input. Absolutely. The games today. Okay, so you scared I was not going to play. We'll put Carlos in. Gustafsson. Where is what's his name? Finn Becker, who's on a 6.2 for training as well. That's nice. Even like the goalkeeper didn't even play bad the last game either. But he's not going to come in. Donnarumma's not been playing well. Goodbye. Check on your squad and compare them into the league. Okay. See what your team is actually good at, and absolutely. So if we look at our defense, let's do the goalkeepers first. We have average goalkeeping, I would say. Aerial reach isn't good. Handling isn't the best. Neither is command of area, but it's not. I guess it's towards the lowest. Our defense have pace. I would say we're slightly above middle of the pack in terms of midfield. Our midfield and tackle. That's our best attribute. But again, middle of the pack. So I think what we can take away from this is that we're in second place. It's quite surprising. Finishing long shots, heading, absolutely. Um, yeah, I definitely did, and I think I have it. It was one. It's just one game. We'll keep going.
There's the
Ball isn't
difference.
going to start.
There's the difference between you and me, right there. That personifies it in a nice, neat little package. The biggest difference is you indulge things like that. It's great
I mean,
advice. It's
it's
general advice. It's wonderful advice.
yeah.
It's obvious if you're new to the game, having somebody tell you that is kind of it's like a light bulb. It's like, whoa, that's a revelation.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
didn't think of that. But yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing where like if I'm looking if I can't figure out what's going on wrong tactically for me, there's a pretty decent chance that nobody else is going to know either. But the
Well,
reason being is
that's
I know
because
what the game engine looks like. Tactics is
yeah.
what I do for SI games. So I mean, it's probably because there's something fucking broken in the game engine. That's what I'm going to say. It's because of stupid bullshit. That's yeah. Let's just blame it on stupid bullshit.
Stupid bullshit.
Because
Well, we are
it
home.
can't be me. It can't
Let's
possibly be me. But it is refreshing, and I love it when somebody says, "You know what? Just take it back to basics, scale it back, just look at your strengths and start working with them." It's like sometimes that is exactly what you need, every now and then. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
And even sometimes when you're doing something and something's frustrating you,
yeah.
going back to basics is
Sometimes the
is
best way
the
to
way to
do it.
go almost.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. Every once in a while, I just got to take a breath and be like, "Damn it, I should probably just go right back to where I started from."
Yeah,
Start
but
again,
the
build it up
thing
from
is,
scratch. But your tactics, like I said, structurally, it's sound, it makes sense. I avoid giving you advice because you don't want it most of the time. No, I understand you want to do it yourself, and I'm good with it. But yeah, I mean, I can look at your tactic and actually know why you're not scoring. I want to say I don't know so that you can figure it out, right? Because that's what you want. But I could make two changes on your tactic and you'd start scoring. You want to know what they are?
well,
I'd make both your central midfielders CM and I'd put them both on attack. Boom, you're going to win every game with your tactic.
yeah.
That's what I would do, and all of a sudden you would start scoring in droves.
Do you want me to hold you to that?
Yep, go ahead, do it.
Maybe later.
No, go ahead, show my
No.
mastery to all of the people watching. Like,
At that point, I'm just gonna quit the game.
no, you're right. You want to do it yourself, and again, I've said it before. I say it again. I respect the hell out of that. I love watching you do tactics because you make some really good tactics. You do. I mean, shit, that 4-4-2 last year, I had a hard time cracking that. I was like,
Yeah,
that
I
that
still
was
think
one
that's my favorite.
that was one of the best tactics I've ever played against ever. That just absolutely boggled my mind. It's things like that though that make me sad. I can't enter any of the football manager tournaments because I think I would love to play against some of those top people and just have my way with them. It would be fun.
You're right. Yeah, I mean, some people are really good at tactics. Some people are really good at scouting.
Yeah,
I guess the people that I watch, I try to take a little bit of everything.
yeah. Well, last
I
year,
guess you can say.
last year, Big Herb the Nerd won. Big Herb, he won it, and he's
Mhm.
he's on my friends list on Steam. We chatted about it ahead of time, and he asked me. He says, "So we're not allowed to use pre-made tactics, but what's one or two things that you might suggest doing in order
Thanks
for,
for the
for
new
in
follow.
order for me to get a leg up?" And I gave him two pieces of advice. He used them, and he won the damn tournament. And this is where I said, "Man, I wish I could enter that thing." He's like, "What's the point? You do tactics." Like,
Mhm.
yeah.
I, oh, great. Aerial defense we work on. But we worked on defending set pieces earlier.
Keep the ball, you. Sorry, my left back is
Is
having a
that the first
stroke.
shot? That's the first shot on target as well.
Oh, Angelo, come on,
Granted,
buddy. Sorry. I'm excited about my game. 1-1 for you. Well, at least you scored. Uh,
well,
my I scored on my first shot, but I've had a couple since. But my left back was trying to give them the
yeah.
ball for free. I don't know why he's doing that. I want him to knock that shit off immediately. When you sub to somebody and they instantly score, yeah. You got to give the new follower credit for that goal. That goal was for them. However, looks like the other team is having something to say about this.
Yeah, 2 goals in how long?
This is a league game.
Yeah, 2 goals in five
That's
minutes.
the 10th place team. Okay, we're up 2 over here.
And why? And why do you? I always say you're gonna win the league right on. Oh, that's a fantastic goal.
I don't know why you say it. I really didn't think I had the quality to win the league. I don't know.
Take a look at this one.
I just need to believe you.
That's onside. There was no way that that's offsides. Thank you.
Would it not come across as excruciatingly pretentious if every time you said I'm going to win the league, I'm like, yeah, I'm totally going to win the league? I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm always
Well,
quietly optimistic about it, but if I don't, I also understand my team doesn't quite have the quality. Like right now, I'm winning, but I'm also playing the last place team. I, they've only
so
got.
you expect to win,
I do. They've
basically.
only got 6 points on the entire year. If I had a tight game with these guys, I'd probably be mad.
Yeah, you'd be pounding your fist at the table, basically.
Exactly. I'm only up 2-0 though. That's the other thing. But we're also completely not in game form because
Not yet, at
our
least.
our couple of friendlies that we had before this was not nearly enough.
Koulibaly, make it 3. Oh,
Okay, my
wow.
left back was the one giving the ball away, so he's coming off. Complacent. We're up 2-0.
Okay.
How could you be complacent? It's only 2 goals. My God.
All right. A 5 goals in the first half.
But at least you're up. But wow, that's turning into a real
Yeah.
slugfest.
Yeah.
I would expect it to be two heavyweight teams, but oh well, who cares? You're winning. That's all that matters.
They scored 2 goals on 3 shots on target.
Yeah, they'll go figure. Oh, Kanate, fresh off the bench and onto the score sheet. Well, I guess, okay. It went off their defender, so it's an own goal, even though he did all of the work. You know how I feel about that one. They need to make it like hockey. The last
Um,
player that touched it should get credit for the goal. Own goals are the stupidest thing I've ever seen
I'm
ever.
throwing on both. All right, so we won't do anything for now. We might have a man mark him individually.
All right,
He's playing
Angelo.
as a deep lying forward, so Polson would probably have to mark him.
Angelo's not having the best debut. That's okay. Out goes Marrero,
Let's pause this.
who has been fantastic this season. I wish I could get a 3 striker tactic working because, man, I have 3 good strikers. That would be playing to my strengths for sure, but unfortunately, most of the three striker tactics are nerfed.
Well, we can go back 2 years to my 4-3-3, see if it still
No, I
works.
mean, there's a reason we nerfed them because they were OP for a
I
little
know.
while.
Jakob, another save.
But there's a difference between trying to nerf something and find a balance in the game, and it's hard. Like it's hard, man.
Oh, I can only imagine.
I appreciate those tactics creators who make tactics that break the game engine because they're the ones that point out to us what we need to fix. It's like, thank you. That
Four
makes
three
it
three.
easy.
That's pretty good. What was that?
You have a 4-3-3 with three strikers?
Kieran. That's what he says.
Oh.
That's a penalty. Who's my penalty
Like I have
taker?
4-3-3s with DM and wide inside forwards, but I don't have any that have three strikers that I've managed to make work really well yet.
Jakob out.
But yeah, if it's a flat 4-3-3,
Well, like I said before the update, at least I was really happy. Got fourth with Villa in it. That's pretty cool. Um, Before the update, I was really happy with the advanced forward role in this game, and I think I still am,
yeah, advanced forward
even
is
after the
the
update.
advanced forward's pretty good at the moment. It's the best one.
We'll give you.
And central midfielders on attack are still performing decently. But again, you have to have the right players for it. They don't just work
That's
because
true.
things like that.
They don't just work because you say work;
Yeah,
they have to work.
exactly. The players have to be able to do the things.
That's not even a question.
AFs are the quintessential strikers this year. We're trying to balance them, and it's hard.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Keep it as it is.
Oh yeah. By all means,
Like I said,
you don't need to change.
all
But
my tactics use one.
yeah, AFs score more this season than any other role.
All right, so we're up 4-2 now.
Thank goodness
Haugen
for
with his
Hogan.
hat trick.
Thank goodness for Hogan.
Yeah, I think he's just happy that he's playing in the league and not in European competition.
Right, and I also see Doak is getting his debut.
Yeah.
Good for him. Oops, sorry.
Becker.
Like
Ho, ho,
it
ho,
was
ho,
what,
ho.
like 2, 3, maybe even 4. I don't remember now. 2, 3, or 4 years ago, where the false nines were what you wanted to use because they were scoring all the goals, and
Mhm.
it's like it's not. It doesn't happen on purpose. We don't do that on purpose. Where like one position ends up being more overpowered than another. It's entirely unintentional because you can't balance every single role, every single duty, all of the time. But now having pre-made
Uh-huh.
tactics that we've implemented has made it a lot easier to create structures and test different things. Especially when you can just now hit a button, and it will use the best roles for your players in your squad. So you just do a whole bunch of those, and it will test all kinds of new things. So when AFs ended up being the best striker role this season, how do you scale that back? Like, how would you make that so that they're more balanced with other roles? Because
Lower their off the ball, maybe.
I don't know, because they're not broken. They're just,
Mhm.
they're just a little better. But I don't know. Lower their off the ball. Okay. I mean, I'll make a note of that. I'm not sure if they're.
Um,
Yeah.
I don't know because I don't think you should lower a player's attribute just because of the position or
Exactly. Yeah, that makes it hard. So yeah, it's when people say this is unbalanced or this is OP, it's like, okay, I mean, I'm open to suggestions. How would you balance it out? Because nerfing a player's attributes to make the position work better, it's hard. It's hard to do that because now you're
without affecting everything
without
else. Yeah.
affecting everything else. Yeah, yeah, it's tough.
All right. So I think that's the most goals we've scored this season. So thank you, Kieran, for telling me to go positive, and thank you for the central mid on attack. So
did
I'll
it,
give you guys that.
did the
So thank you.
did the center mid on attack contribute to your offense?
He scored. Of
Yeah, of course he did. But you got to remember, like
course he did.
because my CMs on attack score lots. That's why I use it. That's why I have two of them
Um,
with a playmaker in between.
And let's see. That game we had, yeah, it's the most goals we scored all year.
Hmm.
We had right back get 2 assists.
Hmm.
Jakob got 2 assists from the inside midfielder, attacking midfielder. Koulibaly with an assist, and Haugen with his 3 goals. Yeah, so how do I get out? Let's go here. So thank you guys. I appreciate that. I will take note of it, and we're gonna go win this next game 3-0.
Or more.
Maybe it's the interaction with the advanced forward and defender's movement. I feel like a lot of the times when I have strikers running through in between defenders with a through ball, the defenders just look. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
well, we
a
balanced
lot
the
of people.
defenders a little, but then poachers would be scoring a lot if that was the case.
Yeah, I think that also comes down to the graphics engine
Mhm.
just not adequately showing um player movement.
Yeah,
I don't know,
and you want it to, and you
tactics,
want
because
it
that
to
was some.
emulate real life too. Like what tactic? I mean, you don't see managers post up what position or role they're playing their strikers as, but I think advanced four would score the most in real life.
Yeah, I would think so. I would want to think so as well.
Mhm.
Lynx was on not on that side.
Nothing is ever as simplistic as a role, though, and a duty like that. You know, like you can say, well, Holland plays advanced forward. It's like, well, does he? I think he plays more of a complete forward, but it's hard to say. It depends on any given moment in every game. I know that Pep has him played differently depending on the opposition.
Hmm.
You know,
Okay, so here. How many subs are we gonna have for this next game?
doesn't look like many.
No. Oh well. We just need 3 goals. We can do it, right?
Absolutely, 100%. If you get desperate, make both your
Speak,
central midfielders CM attack. If you get desperate,
speaking of speaking of football, did we watch the Brazil game? I did not watch the Brazil
I
game, but
did.
I did watch the 4 goals.
I watched the Brazil game.
I assume they played very, very well.
Yeah.
But like we talked about earlier, was South Korea really going to give Brazil a run for their money
No.
at the end of the day?
No.
So there's that. Uh, but I mean, I still think the favorites are either Brazil or France at this point in time.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah, I totally watched the Brazil game. It was something.
I was in class. Well, South Korea, all the goals. It's South Korea, but all the goals scored were wonderful. They were. That one with Carlson, where he headed the ball and then got the give and go. Oh man,
They're a hell of a team, aren't they?
yes they are.
Yep. It's gonna be. They're definitely one of the contenders. No questioning that. Their depth is also impressive. You know, like they could have a key player go out, Neymar, and then they're still fine. Almost like they don't miss them.
Glad to be a Brazilian and a footballing fan.
There
Nice.
you go. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Brazilian club team?
Or player for that matter.
Player, yeah.
Hmm.
I'm more interested in the club team though,
I know you are.
because I have the real names fixed.
I wonder who the favorite Brazilian player is. South Korea never sat back and tried to
Fortaleza.
make it an ugly game.
They
Oh,
are in
oh, I mean,
the Serie A.
South Korea got there for a good reason. I mean,
They
they played their own game. You're right. They played their style. They didn't try to etch out a game. No, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. They knew they were
Vinicius
overmatched,
Junior.
and they just tried to do what they could. You know, I don't think South Korea played badly. They just played one of the most talented teams on earth. That's all it is. It's taking nothing away from South Korea.
Palmeiras was solid this season.
They are. Hey,
I so here's the thing. I can watch in the US. I have access to watch a lot of this Brazilian Serie A games, but I don't watch them. I don't I don't know why. I can watch the Argentine Premier League. I can watch the Brazilian Serie A. I got the English Premier League. I got La Liga, Ligue 1, Serie A in Italy, MLS, and I have a bunch of like World Cup qualifiers as well.
Hmm. Yeah.
So basically, I use a combination, Rocky, of ESPN Plus, which is $4.99 a month. Then I have Paramount Plus, which is $4.99 a month as well. Um, I have Peacock, which is $5.99 a month, and I think that's it.
BRB.
Those three give us okay. Those three gives us access to a bunch of leagues. But if you're looking for the Brazil leagues, you want Paramount Plus. Yeah. It's amazing. It's like my favorite team is Rochdale in the second division in England, and it cost me $160 a year just to watch that one team. Whereas with Paramount Plus, ESPN Plus, and
Hi.
Peacock, I can watch the world's best matches for a fraction of the price. All right, let's do this squad.
My
You can
favorite. My
start
favorite
now.
price is 0.
I'm not surprised at that.
Yeah.
I think everyone's favorite price would be 0 to be
Yep.
though.
That's how much I pay to watch matches.
Fine. I think we can just pretty much go with this squad right here. Carlos, you're defensive minded. You're not fully fit. Koulibaly, can you play in the midfield? Yes, you can. Alright, so this is what we'll do. Alright, that's what we'll do. We gotta win this game. We might even just go attacking right off the bat. What do you guys think? Should I go attacking right off the bat?
Mm-hmm. 100%. Crush them. Crush them like a bug.
Yeah, we might as well. Stay positive. Uh-oh. We have a discrepancy in the chat. Kieran, I think you're getting outnumbered here. Alright, anything else? No, I think that's good. A slightly different team as well, I think. Alright, let's go attacking.
Well, and I mean, I hate to say it, but it's important to note that if there's ever a discrepancy in the chat, you have to roll with subscribers. Uh, you got to. But I don't know if any. I don't think any of those people are subscribed.
I don't
Who subscribes to you? Oh well, if you want to win the argument, just give him a sub, and then he'll do what you say. I know you
My
won't
club
advertise
atmosphere is
yourself, so
lower than this.
I'll put out the subtlety for you since I know you won't.
You're right. I don't.
I don't do it for myself either.
What
uh,
my club atmosphere is lower than my leadership support, which is concerning, I think. Well, you can increase those gradually through training and stuff like that.
Club atmosphere is lower than your
Um,
leadership support. That is concerning. You're right.
all right, attacking. Here we go. If we can score very quickly, then it's a game.
Club atmosphere gets changed by having too many new faces, right? Um, so in your training, are you throwing in enough community outreach and team bonding? That's the real question.
Who's the new favorite player
Oh, in FM.
in
Okay.
this FM?
Yeah.
We're home.
Schultz.
Philip Schultz.
Yeah.
Izquierdo with the free kick.
Good player.
All right, forces a save.
Why am I not watching this game? I'm supposed to
It's a
be.
good question. Why are you not watching?
Because apparently I didn't click to watch it. Like I forgot to do that. I usually I have it set to
Hagen.
attend ahead of time, so when you go into it, it automatically just drags me in. And for reasons unbeknownst to me, I had forgotten to click attend on this match, but it's okay. I'm jumping in now.
Possession is pretty much 50-50, which is nice, especially when you go attacking.
You have a center back that could play box to box as well. Those are useful. Versatility is good.
Use him as a Carolero as well.
Got to have good passing. Is he tall? How tall is he?
Oh, he's got to be 6 foot, otherwise you don't like him.
That's right. I would never play a player at center back unless they're elite. I don't know center back. I usually go 6'1", 6'2" is my minimum. 6 foot for strikers.
6'2".
6'2". Well, yep. Then as long as he's got an okay jumping reach, I am a-okay with playing a guy like that at center back. No question.
One thing I don't like is these uniforms are too similar. Haugen. Oh,
That's offside.
no, it's not. They're not even checking it.
Good.
Don't do that to me. Who made the pass, Izquierdo?
17 jumping reach. Wow, at 6'2"? That's incredible. That was a nice pass. Oh, yeah, look at that pass. And he was offside. Oh, that's funny.
Wait,
Even on the
no, he
replay.
wasn't.
Yeah, even on the replay, he was a half a foot off.
Stop it. Stop it. You're not allowed to do this.
Okay. It doesn't matter. You got the goals on the board.
We
It
need.
makes no difference
We
what I
got
think.
one.
The goals on the board, what I think is irrelevant.
No, no bad vibes for this game. We
Okay.
need the good ones to tie it up.
Well, Haugen's going to score a couple more, so that's what matters here.
Oh, there's a red card.
Oh, that hurts.
4 red cards in 7 games played since this update. What the actual hell?
I haven't had any.
So, do we
Oh,
just forget?
defensive mid. Sacrifice the defensive mid.
I think so.
Because
Magala.
you have to
gonna go
attack.
here.
So
I think that's the only thing we can do.
it is. Yeah, you can't sacrifice any of your attacking players. Not when you need goals. That's harsh.
So at least it wasn't a center midfielder.
I'm Steve.
All right, that's good. That's good. Oh, here they are on the corner. Oh, just. Oh. Haugen. Oh no, that's not Haugen.
Oh, I'm so.
We still have over 59% possession. It's going down slightly.
That red card is just brutal.
And he's on loan, so let's demand more. All right, so go. All right, the good news is we're up 1-0 at half. The bad news is we're down a man, but we still have the possession battle, right? We still have the possession battle, and it's gone to 57%.
You're not doing terribly.
We can definitely do this. Why did my sound go?
My God, that was a lot of fist pumping.
Hopefully, when we get a highlight, the sound comes back. Which we might not get.
Oh, no, I don't hear you all of a sudden.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Wow, you cut out for a second there, though. That was weird.
All right. Oh, all right. We'll probably fix it for the next game.
I can still see the game. We're good there.
But okay, now the sound is back.
What was that hiccup?
He's gonna look wide. There's the goal.
The dagger.
Ay. Whose missed header was it?
I didn't see anybody miss a header. That was just a really high lobbed pass. I don't know if anybody could have jumped up to
Nope.
hit that.
Moose card.
You think so? You think he could have jumped up and gotten that? Okay, that's a
Well,
hell of a
he's
luck.
on a he's on a 6.1, and that's what the
Uh,
game said, that he missed the header, and
oh,
that's why
okay.
they scored.
Oh,
So,
off he
all
goes.
right, let's
You're fired.
we'll do wing backs on attack. Um,
Throw that playmaker
I'll
forward.
do.
Ooh,
I don't know
the
what
opposite of
else.
that. All right.
If we end up going to attacking, we're just gonna be caught up at the back.
Mm-hmm. Got to rely on your defenders
Uh,
to do their thing. But you're right. Do that. Balance is good. Never a bad idea.
I mean, we gotta score 2 goals in 30 minutes. Is it gonna happen? I don't think
It's going
so.
to be a tough one, yeah.
Um, let's do, where is it, in transition? Let's go out wide. Well, we was all looking good until 20 minutes came on.
Well, that red card was a dagger. That makes it hard to accomplish anything.
Yep, but it wasn't a center midfielder, so
That's still bad. 4 red cards in 7 games since the patch. And I think it's a giant coincidence, but I mean, I'm going to be watching for reports now just to see
yeah.
because I haven't had one.
Look,
I played a dozen games yesterday and today, and the games I've played here so far, and I haven't even had like more than 2 yellow cards in a match yet. Oh, Haugen, why? Oh, but all right, all right.
it's the only highlight we're gonna get this half, I
that
bet
that
too.
was like that was just the salt on the wound.
And
That highlight.
to top it off, no, he gets an injury as well,
Haugen? Oh,
a
for
slight injury.
Christ's sake.
That's the icing on the cake there.
That's yeah, okay. All right. Everything that could go wrong did.
Yeah. Well, we're out of Europe, so
So screw those guys.
now we can focus on the league.
Taking my ball and going home. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
And it's sad too, because the last game he got two assists. But
Here's hilarious for
it
me.
is what it is.
Rasmus Hoyland has just ended his goal drought for Hoffenheim.
Uh-huh.
He had gone over 13 hours of competitive football without scoring. That's the same guy that scored 4 goals for me on Denmark. That's our national team strike. He got 4 goals in that one game, but he couldn't score for Hoffenheim. Do you think they're using him wrong? Maybe just a little.
I would imagine.
Yeah. Damn.
The Saints are beating the Buccaneers with 3 minutes left in the game. Oh, Becker's no longer concerned since we're out of the Europa League.
Really?
He's no longer concerned about not being registered.
I good. I get that's not a very good bright side. Yikes, man.
You gotta love this game sometimes, right?
Uh, do I got to?
Right?
Because it hasn't been working out so well for me lately. Yeah, I do.
I agree.
Yeah, no, it's frustrating. Sometimes it's more frustrating than others, but I do love it overall. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here playing it. It doesn't
No,
stop me from having a
if we
fair
were
amount of criticism, but overall, it's still a great game.
called an addiction,
True,
there's
true, but you don't
no
want to.
place for us to get help.
But I'm smart enough not to get addicted to bad drugs. I go for the good shit.
If you're addicted to it, would it matter what the drug is? If you're addicted to it, you must like it to some extent,
This is it.
right?
There you go. There you have it. All right, Angelo, you better have
Here
a
we go.
better game this time around.
Oh, and then we play you in a week too.
Okay, I have enough of a lead that I may experiment tactically in this game just to see what an alternative tactic might look like should I decide to change things up considerably.
All right, we'll need I think we'll need a right back going into the next season. Your crossing is improving, so that's good.
Now, I don't want you on
Anybody
that.
else we can improve on? I'll have to take a look at the end of the season.
I'll go DLP, Moreno. I'm going to swap you to an AF. And yeah, I'm going to play a different tactic in this next game. I know that's weird, right? Like I'm on this huge, wonderful, awesome run. I've
Yeah,
won,
why would you change
I've won
tactics?
10 straight games. And I'm going to, well, two reasons. One, because I have a lead and now's the time to do it. And two, because I brought in Angelo. And remember, I said I might need to change things in order to accommodate his arrival. Because I can't
Oh,
use three strikers without having inside forwards. So I'm just going to see how they roll with this. I've already got my 4-3-3 that I've been using in other places, so
okay.
it'll probably be fine. It's the same one I'm using with my Liverpool save. It's the same one I used for large chunks last season on St. Pat's. So, although I've made tweaks to it for the new game engine changes, what few there are. There have only been a few changes, but they're significant. I still don't have a team leader. That's another thing. It's like it's kind of good
Yeah.
because a bad team leader can really fuck up your team. But I rolled in
No,
and
no,
got rid of all
no.
the team leaders first thing.
Fair.
I don't know why I did it because they weren't good
You know what
players.
you're doing though. You're in first place.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm gonna just try it for this game. See how this tactic plays.
What's your tackling at? Tackling is at 14, and he still gets a yellow card like every single game.
I don't want to drop points, but now's the time to experiment if I'm gonna do it at all.
No, you should. I think you should definitely drop points. I encourage it.
You would.
I think you should.
No. No. I blame Ladlin. Did that whole get back to the basics and play your players in their most strengthened positions, etc. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do that exact thing. I have a scapegoat, so there we go. Good to go.
Wow, that's weird.
No, no, no. It's a positive thing. I'm taking the advice.
A scapegoat is a positive thing,
Yeah.
not for the scapegoat.
I mean, it depends on whether or not you give a damn whether or not you're being blamed. Because if a positive thing happens right now, you can be like, yeah, you'll take the credit. Sometimes being blamed when there's a good result is awesome.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
not all the time.
I cheerfully get blamed for all kinds of cool things around here. In my house, I mean. It's like, that's your fault. Like, I accept that responsibility entirely with a smile upon my face. So, there, if I have a big win right now,
We're at the second season. We're halfway through the second season.
uh,
You're not fit. You're not fully fit. That's not fun.
I'm just funning you.
So
It keeps you engaged in the chat, right?
yeah.
But hey, if I win big right now, you can take all of the credit for my big win. You'd be like, that's because of my advice right there, and I'll totally give you the credit. If we lose horribly, of
We're gonna
course, you can just
go
deny
here.
any involvement whatsoever. It's what I would do in your place. uh,
Um, Gustafsson as an advance as a.
huh. I see it. I see the lineup you're putting in there. It looks okay. Why not? Scott, yeah, he's
I think
fine.
it's
He's fine.
I think it's crazy that he's 3.5 stars as a ball playing defender
Why?
on cover, and that's it. I don't know. I I think it should be 3.5 stars for more positions as a center back.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But
Well, it's probably because
yeah,
he's a 20 at center back and probably only like an 18 or 19 at central midfield. Even if it's
you mean the
natural.
other way around?
Oh, is he a net? Okay. Whatever it is, whatever one he's
Yeah.
got a higher rating in, he's probably has a 20 rating at, like as a natural. But 18,
Wow.
19, and 20 is all considered natural in a position.
Okay.
So if you looked under the hood, you probably see that he has only one role where he has a 20. The ones where he's 18 or 19, though 19s are really rare,
Hmm.
uh, it's probably what's taking a half a star away. Is it's not all the way 100% natural.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So if you get a position up to 20, it will stay there. It never goes down. If a player hits
Really
natural in a position that's 18 or 19 and you stop playing them there, it will regress.
interesting.
Yeah. So
You
natural
learn
isn't
something
natural
new.
isn't always permanent.
All right, let's do this. Call Sorensen. He can play out on the left-hand side, but he can't cross the ball. Well, we have to beat you next game. All right, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by,
Yep.
and thanks for the follow
Yep.
as well.
Thanks for
I
hanging
hope you
out,
have a good
Lavo.
night.
Thanks for chatting and hanging out. It was a lot of fun. Okay, I told them to carry in their last performance from
Oh
the last
wow.
match, but they weren't as enthralled about it. Probably because we are playing a different tactic this game. But I think it's going to be all right.
I didn't change it off attacking, did I? Nope. There
Oh,
we go.
well. uh,
Uh,
going for an adventure, are we? Positive was decent though. I mean, you might concede a little bit
yeah.
more, but it is what it is. I mean, I play positive, and I'm happy with that. It's probably
I
why I don't
wasn't
get as
a
many
fan.
clean sheets as I'd like.
Yeah, I think that's makes sense.
Mhm. However, even if I have a lead, like I said, I do the time wasting thing, etc., but I can never change my mentality ever. I feel like that's just too much
I don't
rocking the
either.
boat for my team.
I don't change it either.
Yeah, I don't
But
want to entirely change how
it
we play.
I think a lot of people don't understand that you shouldn't because if you change your mentality to a more defensive formation,
Hmm.
you're inviting the other team to come at you more.
Yeah, and your
So I
familiarity
feel you're more like
crashes, and your familiarity goes down.
yeah,
If you want to change mentalities, you have to have a secondary tactic with that mentality to train.
and I don't think anybody does that.
Not too many people, no. Anytime I've ever tried to do a defensive version of my current tactic to switch to in a game, it just doesn't work. So yeah, I just stick to the time wasting and set pieces and lowering the tempo of a game, which again, I do put out a secondary tactic with a lower tempo so that when I
Uh-huh.
switch it, it isn't as big of a deal for my team.
All right,
There isn't as much
let's see if this
shock
changes anything.
when I change the tempo of the game.
Call again is injured.
It's called just made out of paper.
I think so.
All right, so my new tactic this game, defensively, we're playing fine. It's 0-0, but I have 2 shots on target out of 17 attempts. That's garbage.
Well,
So, all right, it's the 50th minute. I'm going back to my usual tactic.
so I made a sub,
Uh,
but we have a highlight, so this goal's going to be offsides. I guess not.
Pessimistic much? I'm joking. All right, let's get us back to our
How's Matt White to Muscard?
normal formation.
Yaka back out to Muscard.
Time to demand more from my team. Come on, team.
We we did score, but it looked offsides, and it was offsides. I know this game too well.
Sometimes, yeah, like you know your offsides calls. I swap back to my normal tactic. Here's a replay for
Wasn't
us. and it's a goal.
Wasn't working for you?
No, I had 2 shots on goal out of 17 attempts. Like that's garbage.
Oh wow.
I put back on a normal tactic, and instantly one of my central midfielders scored for me, getting us back in it.
Wow.
Good old Chekwani. Yeah, I'm liking this tactic and formation just entirely too much right now. Playing with wingers has been
Oh,
oof to me.
only one shot.
I don't need to make a change yet. I usually like to make a couple changes at 65, but there's no good reason to do it. Okay, now they're going to come at us hard, so
I don't like that my sound is gone when we're not in a highlight.
I wouldn't expect you would like that.
I'll try and fix that after this game. 3 shots, one on target, one highlight in the second half, and it's a disallowed goal.
Ugh. Yep, nope, that doesn't sound ideal.
Just interesting. It's just. Oh, we have one in the 86th minute. Jakob scores. Thank you.
Hooray! Well, we ended up getting a lot more chances and shots on goal after I switched back, but yeah, we're going to eke out a 1-0 win only. We have to
So
raise
are
our
we.
yeah, we have to raise out our performance. There we go. They agreed with me. At least they're not mad at me when I told them that was a let off. It's because it was a let off. Playing a much lower team at home, I expected bigger. You got a 1-0 win away from home. That's a bit nothing wrong with that. Is there?
No, 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 no. We're in second place. We should be destroying these teams.
Destroying them. No mercy. Bring down the
Exactly.
hammer. We got a cup game coming up here.
You have a cup game.
You don't have a cup game?
No, I got knocked. I got knocked out
Oh, I didn't remember that. I'm sorry. The cups
by
are.
Brondi.
I'm not keeping track of the cups as much because your other cup was more important to me. So,
Makes sense.
yeah. Oh,
So you have a midweek game. We don't, which means we'll be fully rested for you.
wait, I
I
play
like
you
that.
immediately after that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, god damn it. I don't want to play you.
Chance creation.
I don't want to.
You do.
I'm scared.
Don't be.
I'm afraid.
Play from the back. Why?
Because you're gonna.
I mean, you beat us last time.
Because you're gonna destroy us. Yeah, revenge.
Okay.
Revenge is a bitch. Or something. I need to rest
Something like
some
that, right?
players. What? I just selected these players. Why does it keep unselecting them? Stupid thing.
There we go.
God
Canada scored. He
damn
is
game anyway.
performing very well.
Do 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 do. All right. So cup game means backup players because there's no reason for us to go tired into a game against Jacob. Otherwise, we
Oh,
may get demolished and cry all the way home.
so you're saying I shouldn't have said that we were playing you?
I honestly didn't notice, but I was going to play backup players either way in this game because the cup does not
Okay.
matter to me. Getting the league is what matters to me. I'm sure you don't fault me for that mentality.
He's the option.
I have a reasonably competent team that I can put in anyway, so I'm not all that concerned. I'm even going to play my backup keeper.
Oh, with the new update,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Do we think the squad planner is fixed?
It wasn't on the list of fixes.
So probably not then.
I don't think that they're aware because it only seems to be happening in multiplayer. It has never happened to me in single player where it resets. Does that happen to you in solo player?
Um, Actually, I don't know
Yeah, it's never reset for me
because
on single player. I think it only happens in multiplayer, and so they're unaware of that because most people don't
play
report.
multiplayer.
Well, most people don't play multiplayer, or the ones that do don't tend to report bugs very often, for reasons like well, this year, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again if anybody's paying attention, is the lowest amount of bug reports we've ever had. And I know that's not because there's fewer bugs, but people are not
'Cause
taking the time to report bugs this year. I mean, I think that
it's
yeah,
um
it's a half and half. I think people are tired of it.
it's the, I think it's because of the bystander effect. They think somebody else will do it, or they just don't know how, or they just don't care.
Yeah, yeah. I also think that some people have commented that they used to report bugs, but then the same ones keep showing up version after version, so they're sick of it.
Well, there you go.
And I'm like, well,
Why would you?
yeah,
Why would you keep reporting something if it hasn't gotten fixed yet? Especially year after year.
no, it's perfectly reasonable, But I urge them to try and do it anyway. Just please put in bug reports for things that you encounter. Otherwise, it'll never get fixed.
Hmm.
Like I get it, some things get overlooked or not done, in a couple of seasons, and the reason being that they're just not as high a priority as some other game breaking things. I'm glad in a
Hmm.
way that the game breaking things are prioritized, but I get that it's
You
frustrating to be ignored. Or feel
do you
ignored.
think it would make sense that like SI comes out with a list of things that are on the high priority list of getting fixed?
No, that sounds reasonable.
Uh,
They should do something like that. I think that's a good idea actually. Um, However,
That way people know.
who's gonna post that? My number one issue with the bug fixing is that it's all divided into different groups that don't talk to each other.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, that's an issue.
That's why you have to make sure you post it in the exact right forum. That kind of stuff, and it's hard. Like if you just
Hmm.
post bugs, people are like, well, how come they don't have somebody come on Steam and read the Steam forums and get the bugs? It's like, well, because that A would take a lot of time, and B, then they would have to go and find the right person to assign to that bug because they're in different teams and they don't really communicate together. That's one of my main issues too. Is but again, like if there's a bug with tactics, you're not going to go tell the person that's responsible for the UI. 'Cause what's
Hmm.
he going to do? He's like, okay, tell the person who's responsible for programming tactics in the game,
Yeah.
right? But so that's why they just have categories on a forum. Go to the right category, post it in there. The right person will see it, and hopefully it'll get
Yeah,
fixed.
but now you're hoping that they're actually going to do that.
More often than not, if things are posted in the right forum, I argue that they do get fixed more often than not.
Okay.
Yeah. So the one person said, "Well, I keep reporting it." I'm like, "Where are you reporting it?" They're like, "Well, I'm on the Steam forum." I'm like, "Well, there's no official like programmers on there on Steam reading the things on the Steam forum." Well, there should be. Uh, okay, I mean, I'm not going to argue.
It's just
Maybe,
isn't done, my
maybe
friends.
they should, but then they'd have to figure out who that would be sent to, and it just you might as well just go make a post in the right forum. It's just quicker than expecting somebody else to sort all of these different forums for you. Like how many bugs are
Hmm.
reported on our Facebook group? People come on there and they'd be like, "Here's these bugs," and I'm just like,
Too many.
"There's a lot," and there's all of 3 SI employees in our Facebook group.
Mhm.
And none of us are responsible for fixing the bugs. And even if we had the the entire bug bashing team in the Facebook group, they still can't sort through all of that and figure out which bugs are which for whom. That's why they should be organized
Exactly.
in a forum, and they are. So I don't know. I think people feel too put out to have to go and make that extra 5-second trip. Okay, I'm under exaggerating. The extra 2-minute trip to go and find the right forum for reporting bugs. But there's a lot of complaints about bugs everywhere. They're aware of the bugs. But this year has had the least posts by a lot.
And of course, Miles is gonna be like, "We've done a great job with this game."
That's exactly what's happening. Oh my god. Right? And we know better. We know that's not the case.
Uh-huh.
There's more bugs this year than in some. More glaring ones, I should say, not more in terms of the amount, but some more glaring
Oh,
ones.
looking forward to staff. Here we go.
I would like to see a more streamlined system for bug reporting, but they're using the same one that
Mhm.
most companies use as a standard.
I'm gonna say this.
I mean, if somebody was to say to
You
me, "How would you improve it?" Here's how I would improve it. I would have 3 moderators whose sole job
uh-huh.
is to sort the bugs. So all you'd have to do is if you want to report a bug is you just go and post it in one spot. That's it. Bug reports. That's it. You post your bug there.
Uh-huh.
And then you have 3 moderators whose job it is to sort those bugs into the right categories.
You,
That's it.
do you think it's not advantageous that as FM has a lot of different communities that do like um database updates. Like there's the Steam Workshop, then there's the Football Manager blog, there's FM Scout,
Mhm.
there's our Facebook group. Whereas if you take Out of the Park Baseball, for instance, they only have the OOTP forums. And that's the only place to communicate.
Yeah, it does help streamline
And
communication, doesn't it?
yeah, that's the only place. I've never seen a Facebook group. I've never seen another website
Yeah.
say, "Hey, we're gonna talk about Out of the Park Baseball."
There's not too many, right?
And
They have a Facebook group, but it's not very big.
no,
A-
it's very
And
small.
anybody in there knows if there's a bug, you go onto the OOTP forums. Yeah. Football Manager has a lot more players, but yeah, the numerous different communities and people will just go on those to report bugs. Like that's the wrong place, man. Those
Oh, what a goal!
those people don't work for it. Oh, thank you.
Hmm.
And Doge did something. He's almost justified his entire wage, but not quite. Yes, so there is yeah, you're right. Lots of different communities does kind of spread people out, and then they may not know where the official channels are. Those
Yeah,
communities should
because
probably do a better job of pointing people in the right direction. Like on our group, we do. I will literally post
yeah.
exactly which section they need to go report their bug in sometimes if I need to.
Hmm. And let's be honest, I have never used. I rarely use the FM forums
Mhm.
at all, if at
Well,
all.
they're ugly,
The only my FM stuff is all from the Facebook group.
right? But well, they're also quite ugly. The FM forums, they're cumbersome. They are.
Yes, they are.
They're not nice. I can't say that they're hard to use. They're easy. They're just, but they're ugly. I don't like looking at them. They don't feel like a place that I want to hang out and chat with people.
Hmm.
So I understand that. I get that. It needs to look nicer, but it's not a high priority.
Hold on a second.
Mhm.
Uh,
Gregor,
all right, what's up?
in you go.
You can go. Hmm? No.
Come on, team. Hold on. Oh, that was close. Stand tall, defenders. Stand tall.
You good? Okay.
Okay, Kanate is tired. And Gabo, you're going to get a chance to play, even though I don't want to play you. Mercati. Ooh, I don't want to take off Kanate, but I'm gonna. Can't lower the tempo in a game I'm only up by 1 goal. But I can waste time and play for set pieces. I can do those things.
Hmm.
But sadly, lowering the tempo when I'm only up by 1 goal seems too risky.
That's another goal.
That's an offside goal. Do they even care?
No, it's not. It's not offsides.
I'm glad. Well, if you don't think it is, then I'm sold. Because you're almost always right about that. So hooray. Thank you.
I have like a 93% success rate with that.
I think you're absolutely
It's
right.
very
I
high.
think you're absolutely right. I can only count on one hand the number of times you haven't got that exactly right. Hey, Drop Bear, what's up?
It's like I said, it's definitely easier when it's when it's 2D
Mhm.
because you can clearly see the lines. But
Okay,
oh well.
keep that in mind. I'm not going to play in 2D, but I think that you're right.
No,
The lines being
it's
more
you get this.
visual, yeah, because it's based
But I
on
mean, now
games.
that I have a computer, yeah, I have a computer big enough, powerful enough to play on 3D. So I'm gonna use 3D.
You're playing as Real Betis now. Did you?
We lost to them in
Yeah,
the Conference League.
that's funny, right? Are you? Did you just start a new save? Or did you just... Oh, you're playing against them. Sorry. It's like,
Oh.
did you switch teams? No, no, you're playing against them. Got it. No, sorry about that.
You
You're
wanna
still
know what
Linfield.
amazes
Good,
me
good.
too?
I do.
How often people can switch teams? Like they play us like 2 seasons and they get sick of a save.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I don't. I don't understand that. Like I, for the last couple of iterations of FM, I've really only played 2 saves at most.
Hmm.
Last year, I had my FC Eindhoven and my Luton Town. No, that was the same save actually.
Yeah.
I only had one save last year, I think.
No, you had two.
Are you sure?
Hmm. Positive.
What was my other one?
I think you began a Rochdale save and didn't get into it. Well, hold on.
I honestly,
Maybe,
maybe. Oh
maybe.
no, no, it was Houston. It was Houston.
Oh, right.
Houston.
That's what it was. There was another
Yeah,
save, and there was,
yeah.
and you just didn't get into it. And it was like, it happens. Yeah, it was Houston.
Um,
Thank you.
the Houston save
There was
I
another
got
one there.
really into
I
because
knew there was
we had
two.
Benteke.
I would have. Right. That's right. But for some, yeah, you got kind of into it, but something happened and you got frustrated, and then you didn't want to play it no more, which is perfectly
Um,
reasonable. Nothing wrong with that.
yeah,
Yeah. So,
yeah, but like,
mhm.
God,
Oh, what I was going to say in response to what you're saying about people starting saves and quitting saves is, I mean, so there's a lot of ADHD going around, whatever. But Football Manager quintessentially is the same game no matter what team you play as. All of the objectives are reasonably the same. Signing players, trading, getting young players, this, that, and the other thing. The only thing that makes Football Manager interesting is the goals you set for yourself and stick to. That's it. That's
mhm.
how you make a save interesting. When people come in and be like, "What team should I be?" It's like the team's irrelevant. Spin a wheel. It should be what goals should I set? That's how you make a save
Yeah,
interesting.
I do. I do want to try the Pentagon challenge again at some point.
Mhm.
I tried it maybe 6 years ago.
Yep.
And I started out in South Africa before going to DC United, I think it was.
Right.
And then at that point, I just got so hooked on DC United, I just stayed.
Right. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I have similar goals every single time I play the game. I like to have one where I take a team from the bottom division to the top division so I can get the National Hero Challenge. I always want
Uh,
that one. Um, I always want to take over Sir Alex Ferguson atop the Hall of Fame. Sometimes that's in the same save, sometimes it isn't.
uh-huh.
uh, and one of the other ones I haven't been doing as much lately, which is surprising, is I was like taking Accrington to the top, and I didn't do that one last year, and I haven't started one with I started one with them this year, but I'm just way too into my Liverpool save. So yeah, um, taking over Alex Ferguson and doing the National Hero Challenge 2, I love to do every single time. You lost 2-1 at home to Real Betis. Well, that's tough. It's a close game, though. You gave him a run.
Uh, this is we don't have that kind of money. $2 million, 2 to 4. Yeah, we don't have that kind of money yet. I would like to get him in on loan. Who's this? He is one of my coaches. One of my crappy coaches.
Oh, that's a tough loss drop there. But hang in there. That's still a good game.
It's not,
It's a
he
lot of
doesn't even
progress you're
have a.
making. Northern Ireland is not an easy one to get through.
No, not at all.
And he's doing well. He lost in the he had a lost a man in the 90th minute to injury, and they scored in the 94th minute to beat him 2-1.
Oh,
That's a hard loss, but still really good progress.
what? So we can't register you. Is there anybody that's leaving I can unregister?
4-0 loss, Rapid Wien. Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody leaving.
Well, you could fire me from your team if you'd like.
Uh,
I volunteer. Lost away to Hoffenheim 2-0. That's not being spanked. No, you're right. Doing just fine.
All right, we won't register you for this time being.
Harlock.
Get you some playing time. Probably should have sent you out on loan, to be honest.
Semi-final draw? Oh, I was going to say we're not done playing it yet. Okay. So if I win this, we play Copenhagen or AAB, probably Copenhagen. Nordsland's in the other, Brøndby's in the other. Good lord, this cup is going to be hard.
I think you got this. You have nothing to worry about.
The cup? You think I'm going to win the cup? Wow, thanks. That's a vote of
Yeah,
confidence.
I think you're gonna. I totally think you're gonna win the cup.
Wow, that's exciting. I'd love to win the cup on top of everything else, but it remains to be seen. Considering I've been playing my backup players, I don't have as much confidence, but I'm also not put out if I lose it because I'm focusing on the league
If you're
right
playing
now.
your backups.
Yeah, that because I'm focusing on the league. Winning the league is my priority right now. It's what I want more than anything.
Well, you're gonna hit the Champions League. I feel.
I need to improve my squad a little before Champions League, but that won't be
Just a
too
little
hard.
bit.
That won't be too hard.
So Findos has been performing exceptionally well. Like I said, he's gone up to 2 stars, and we might have to put him out on loan to get some first team minutes.
Well, that's a good problem to have. Just try to send him to a team
Mhm.
with lots of people with high determination, if you have that choice.
Okay.
That's might help him.
Do you want him in on loan?
I don't think I could play him. Isn't he an AMC? I don't
Yes.
use an AMC. But does he have a rating
Oh.
in anything else? Oh, I guess he could be played as a central midfielder, but when would I play him? I don't think I'd give him enough games. If he can get first team
Okay.
minutes somewhere, like, I could play him in cup games, no problem, and I would do that. But I don't think that's
Uh-huh.
enough.
But that's not enough minutes.
No,
No,
I don't think that's enough
probably not.
minutes. Not to get as good as you want him to be. You might as well just throw him on your B team if you want to do that, because then he'll play, every minute if you want him to. You beat
Uh-huh.
Sarajevo 7-0 at home. Wow, it's good to thumping. 2-2. Moribor wins. Yeah, you're doing really good. You're doing really good for a Northern Ireland game. That's really, really well done. Hey, does anybody need to be registered? I'm gonna run to the washroom really fast too,
Okay.
because I just.
Plastic, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Wow. How are you doing today?
But I BRB real fast. I'll move forward before I go.
Thanks. Yeah, we did. And you're the fifth one as well, I think. So all my the founder subs are gone. Yeah, we made affiliate about a week and a half ago, I would say. Let's see. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We need to do some scouting while he's gone, or we can find a performance analyst. No worries, Wonky. I understand. I'm in the same boat you are. We already tried you. You're not good. Let's see, recruitment or performance? Recruitment. I think we tried to sign you as well. We did not. So now I need a performance analyst. There we go. All right, so we can look for a performance analyst now. We definitely tried signing you before. You want to be a head performance analyst. We can't do 5. Sorry, man. Reaching the group stage, winning and winning. Let's see if this will help. Nope. Local Barrel. We tried, I think, as well. Performance analyst. That's nice. Let's go down to 2,000. All right, so we got our staff fully sorted out.
All right.
Now, over the summer, we're gonna have to do our U19 staff and our B team staff.
True. True. Uh-oh. I hope my B team doesn't play first. They wouldn't, would they? They wouldn't do that to me. No, it's for the next day. Good, 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 good. Lingby, BK, and takeover talks.
Uh-oh.
That's not always a good thing. They want to clear the team's debts. Oh yeah, we got some debts. That we do have.
Oh, so here's another thing.
Uh-huh.
With my the new network save that I'm starting, I have $62 million in debt. So that's gonna be fun trying to
Wait, right from the get go,
yes.
it's a team that
Yep.
starts with
60.
that.
Yep.
What team are you?
However, Louisville City in the second
Oh.
division of USA. However, the money that the prize money and the TV money is going to be so great. I think that's not going to be an issue for me.
Wait, the second division USA has good prize money.
No, it's a edited database.
Oh, you okay? With relegation and promotion.
Yeah. Yes.
Fun
Yes,
times. That
sir.
sounds like it's going to be really entertaining. All right.
Yep. We start tomorrow, 7 my time.
5 my time. Okay.
Yep.
It's awfully early for you.
It is. It's 2 hours early.
Hmm.
All right, let's do
Gotta
this.
go with the recent praise. I don't always agree with my assistant manager.
All right. It's a key 6-point match.
True.
You're coming off fantastic form. We are coming off form in which we don't know how to play. And I forgot to change that.
Let's see which team shows up for each of us then. You have a lot more injuries than I do too, as well. So that's a factor.
Yeah, it is. And losing the ball like that.
Oh, Findell, come
Oh,
on! Not one of my attacking midfielders, Findell. He's the deep lying playmaker. That's okay though. Still, it's a
he's not.
chance.
He's not used to scoring. He's not used to having shots like that.
No, he's supposed to pass, but he jumped up at the right time. It was an opportunity, nonetheless. Angelo, you've got to do something, man. I didn't pay all that money for you to stand around and be a pylon. Put my team in
That's a
financial
good ball.
ruin to get him.
That's a good. That's a good goal.
Kabuni, the captain. That's an attacking midfielder doing his job. Don't have the funds right now to sub, but want to. Aw, isn't that nice? Everybody wants to sub to you. I don't care about people subbing.
Uh,
Just give me a follow on the Steam Curator thing. That helps me as much as anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we need a goal. 17 minutes in. Hagen, breakaway.
Yeah.
Just wide.
Oh, that's not the guy I want to see get a clear shot.
Ugh.
He scores a lot. I don't like
I
it.
wonder what that XG was on that.
Probably reasonable, but I don't know.
I would think pretty high.
He didn't have the best angle ever, but he normally buries those. Castrop. Oh, buddy.
Ooh,
So close. Angelo actually did a good job setting that up. I'd like to see him do something this game.
it doesn't give an XG.
Make an
Okay.
impression, Angelo. 7.1 now. That's good. So he's starting to pass some. I think he just needs time to get used to the system, right?
I would think so.
Realistically. But he hasn't been horrible, but he hasn't done anything yet. He doesn't have a goal or an assist yet. And, that's what you pay the guy the big bucks to do. Is get those stats.
Hmm.
Goals and assists, man. That's what all success is measured by.
Well, you have a 1 XG already. We're not playing the greatest, but the possession is 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
So we can still make some
I
chances.
noticed that.
Oh,
You
well.
you love scoring on one shot against me. You're just like the AI in that. It happens so often. Like playing Jacob, playing the AI. I don't know. There's not a lot of difference other than he's better, but he likes to score on one shot too. Oh, Angelo, look at the talent. He just undressed two of your defenders all by himself. That's why I bought him. Right there. Beats half your team alone and sets up a goal.
We have someone marking your player as well.
Oh, Angelo.
Yeah.
Oh, he drew out two defenders, beat them both, and set up a goal. That was beautiful.
I'll go balanced.
That was so beautiful. Oh, da 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 da.
And
Sorensen.
another steal.
Sorensen walks in. Thanks. Like, what was your defender doing? How did he look like he was just dwelling on the ball?
Hey, remember when you said you didn't think you were going to win the league?
Yeah, I do. I do. I know. And I didn't listen to you. But in terms of quality, my team is nowhere near the best. I only have a tactic that's rolling. That's all it is. I know I can always get more out of an underdog team than most can, but I didn't think it was going to be enough to be
This is
top.
true.
I didn't think it would be enough to be top. I really didn't. Not yet. I gotta go with that one just to play safe.
Livingston. Yeah, nobody's playing well. We need a left back. That's the wrong button, but whatever. Oh, boys, come on. Madsen with it. I, I gotta move that ball-winning midfielder, I think.
That's a penalty.
I need to end his loan. I really do.
He's an aggressive ass player, isn't he? Just a sec here.
What is his aggression? It's at only 10. He's gotten a red card, given up a penalty, and somehow managed to get 2 assists in one game. That's an impressive resume for only 4 games.
Hard to argue with that. Sorry, I had to sub on a player to take the penalty.
Of course.
Bring on Moreno. He's our best penalty. Oh, they still let Caboni take it. That pisses me off. That is not okay. Guys, come on. Why can't I sub on a player to take the penalty? That doesn't make sense. They subbed him on. He was on the pitch.
I guess you have to do it quicker.
I did it as quick as it was humanly possible from the moment they called that it was going to be a penalty. That's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. I don't even understand it. Yeah, I don't want to see Caboni taking penalties.
Again, you have a yellow card. How?
Ooh, come on now.
Oh, that was. It could be. This game could be 2-2. It really could.
With all those shots on target you have? Yeah, I know.
Well, if they were on target, they'd be in.
I have a 3xG. I
let
should
me
have
just
more
make
than
that
2
clear.
goals. I don't know. I feel like it could be 3 or 4-2 if that's the case.
Our first shot on goal is from our defender.
Everybody else is covered.
Argan, you managed to keep him at a 5.9, so good job on that.
Yeah, he's tough. That'll put it out of reach.
All right, so you can start playing your backups for the rest of the season.
Hell no. We still have the split when
Why?
I play nothing but top 6 teams.
Yeah. You're 12 points up on me, and you're, 16 points up on third place?
Doesn't matter.
You just have to win 5 games to win the league.
Really? Is it that few?
Yes. Yes. 6 games will win you. 6 wins will win you the league.
But we haven't done the split
So you can.
where it's all only top 6 teams.
That's after the next game. So you're going to win this league quite comfortably. So I expect you to make it out of the group stage of the Champions League.
Shit. No pressure, except all of the pressure.
Nope.
I mean, okay. It's your expectation. I'll try to meet your expectation, of course, but I don't guarantee anything. Randers is in 6th.
I know you don't.
Some of the table is surprising to me. Northland is having a terrible season.
They also lost a couple of players as well, if I remember correctly.
They must have been really key players. Because they're having a shit go compared to last season. He's only out 9 days. Don't worry about him. That's why I'm glad I didn't sell him. A-okay. Oh yeah, we got a cup game coming now. Let's go ahead and slide the backups in there. Take a look at how many days. 2. Rest some of these bench players to make sure they're ready for it.
Only 46,000? Oh, hell yeah.
46,000 to release him? Did you just release that guy?
Yeah. Well, I want to.
You probably shouldn't spend the money just to release him. Just don't play him.
He's causing a ruckus in the squad.
Oh, he is? Oh. Then yeah, that's different.
And it's
Well, drop him to your B team. That works too.
too late.
Okay.
He's not who was it? Who was it on Man City Memphis was it Memphis Depay? It was somebody.
Yeah.
He's not him, so I'll go here. Nope. Tactical. There we go. Summary. In fact, let me. There we go.
I'm gonna miss
What?
Jaquani. Gonna miss him quite a bit.
Wing back on support. Let's see if I can do this very quickly.
Take all the time you need. I'm not in a
I don't.
rush.
I don't. I don't want to.
Okay. Well, that's fair. Perfectly reasonable. What central midfielder am I going to bring in to replace him?
Uh, what you're shooting at? 11 finishing. Technique is 13. Uh, More direct passing. Counter press. I don't need that. I want to force him inside.
Wait, you're not playing with an AMC anymore?
I never was.
Attacking central midfielder? Yeah, you were. You didn't have a right winger. You had a AMC.
Oh yeah, an AMCR. No, I'm not.
That's that's so much nicer to look at.
Second defender. Okay.
One attacking midfielder and two
Forces.
box to boxes. That's going to be pretty solid, I think. It's like sound. You know me. I play with two CMs on attack and one deep lying playmaker, but yours is going to be more
Yeah.
defensively sound.
Well, let's see.
We will see.
Yeah, it looks
It
nice.
does look nice.
All
How
right.
is your training
So
going
we'll
to
do
let you know?
this.
Check your training before you jump all into that, and see what your
What?
go to training on the left hand side,
Yeah.
and then hover over that and see what your familiarity is going to look like. The green bar next to it. No. Go back to where you just were. The green bar next to
What
the
green?
tactic you're about to play. That one? Is that your new tactic right there? You just left the screen that I wanted you to stay on.
Okay. So I was looking at this one.
That's your new tactic right there. Now,
Mentality is.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's
I'm
not
gonna make
that bad. You can see some areas where you might struggle, so make sure your training compensates for that.
Honey Badger. Thank you for the sub. The number 6. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Oh, damn.
Maybe you can bring some good luck for us too right now. Um, I think we'll be okay. I'll just have to train it a little bit. Tactical. Do tactical a couple times, right? Because that's really what we want. Thanks. Oh, thank you, Honey Badger, for that gifted sub.
Oh, damn.
All right, Rocky's now got a sub. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. All right, so this is going to be our last game until the split.
Hmm. Then it'll be the big teams. Should be.
Yeah. So it's you know what, it's quite dangerous to be changing it just before
I don't think you have
we play
anything
the
to.
best teams.
I don't think you have anything to lose.
Fair.
You're not going to
People
drop.
who flip houses stick together.
You're not going to drop.
I don't think so. But we're not 16 points ahead. We're 6.5, 4 points ahead.
People who flip
So
houses. What does that even mean?
it's one of the games. It's one of the games that they play together on stream.
Flipping
It's
houses?
a house flipping game. It's
Oh.
interesting. It's almost it's
Mm.
like you know how playing games like City Skylines
Yeah.
can like
Mhm.
make you at ease and just
Oh, House Flipper. I
feel
know the
really
game. Okay, I know House
yeah.
Flipper. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Second best game.
Bronky, what's the what's number
He's
one?
gonna say Football Manager. Come on.
I know. I just want to hear him say it. It's definitely the most played game, Football Manager, on my Steam list. FM
FM's
is
third.
third.
Oh, let's see. Makes you rage. That's what's so great about it, though. I mean, it gets emotional responses out of us, right? So, what's the best game then? City Skylines. That's a good game. Like, I don't know what to guess because I don't know what your Steam list would look like.
I don't recall you playing any other games that I've seen either. Skyrim.
Skyrim.
Okay.
Oh, that's a classic for sure. Definitely a good game. No, I think RimWorld is the greatest game of all time, bar none.
7 Days to Die from Kieran Smith.
So 7 Days to Die is a
You,
great game. I can play the shit out of that. Like I'm playing that tomorrow night. It's, it's
you've been
Tuesdays and
trying to get me to
Thursdays.
play it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I bought. Yeah, we picked it up for you. Tuesdays and Thursdays we're playing that one on stream. So yeah, I love 7 Days to Die. I've not played that, but my friends told me I should try it. It's multiplayer. 7 Days to Die. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what makes it great. Is that it's multiplayer. Now I agree. 7 Days to Die is one of the best games of all time, but I think RimWorld is the greatest game ever.
That's another game I have to play.
It's friggin' phenomenal. Oh, sorry, I need to get into playing this cup game now.
I watched six get smacked by some zombies. How long ago was this?
Should group to play it? Well, I mean, if you want to come join us, you can. I play it Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 Eastern time with a couple of people, not too terribly many of us, so it's pretty chill. And we only just started it recently, so you wouldn't even be that far behind. You watch me get smacked by some zombies. Yes, Kieran Smith got to watch me die in 7 Days to Die for the first time in years.
Wow.
I don't die in 7 Days to Die. It's kind of a running meme about how long I can survive in that game without dying. Because I'm used to playing it on permadeath. When I first started playing it with a group of people, it was on permadeath. So if you died, your character was done. You had to start all over with a fresh character. So dying was like, not happening. So now when I play it with people, I'm really serious about surviving, and then I take it. Like I go into stealth mode
Very
and
seriously.
I do everything I can to try to not die. Whereas other people just smash their face into everything, like zombies, let's go get them. Take out my baseball bat, smack, smack, smack. They get overwhelmed by 5 zombies, get ripped apart, and I just sit there, stealthing off of the sidelines with my bow and arrow, sniping off the zombies, just laughing at them like you guys are fools. But they're having a good time, so that's what matters. But yeah, I got pwned the other night, pretty hard. It's okay though, it happens.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
You know, it's. I've seen a couple of people do Minecraft streams where it's permadeath like that, and like it gets so intense
yeah.
when they're close to dying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But getting pwned by it was the Seventh Day Horde on the first one, and it was sad.
I would be too, Arky. I would be too.
I screwed up one of the panels on my base build, so it's my own dumb fault. Zombies got in and ate my brains. I'm sure they were delicious.
This is a 4-3-3.
Be screwed in Minecraft. I mean, 7 Days to Die is very Minecraft inspired. So yeah, it's in a lot of ways the block destruction and everything is sort of similar. But 7 Days to Die has elements to it that are just no other game quite has. I mean, in terms of survival games, I like 7 Days to Die. I like Conan Exiles. I like Ark, even though it has a lot of bugs. But 7 Days just rises above all of them, still, in my opinion, for survival games.
So, would you do CM on attack or advanced playmaker on attack?
CM on attack, 100%. They are one of the more effective roles right now.
Okay.
CM attack.
I don't have a playmaker. I don't have a playmaking position on this tactic right
You don't
now.
need one. You
Okay.
don't have to have a playmaker. All that means is that all of your midfielders will be playmakers. They'll evenly distribute the ball more. Playmakers is just a person that they force the ball towards.
Where's what's his name?
Think of what playmakers are and think of
Viewed
what they
as
do. If anything, a playmaker limits your outlets. Do you ever think about that?
Okay.
Playmaker is the person that your
No.
team will look to get the ball to more often than anyone else. Sometimes that's limiting. If you don't have Kevin De Bruyne on your team, you probably want to mix it up a bit more. I have a playmaker on my team because I have one guy who's so well suited to it, Lindell, that or Findell, that I like to make sure that I'm giving the ball to him. But if I had no playmaker, I'd also be fine. Controlling possession is what we want. Too many of my players are getting complacent right now. But we have a 5-0 lead on aggregates, so I'm okay. And never worry about not having a playmaker. They're overrated sometimes.
Why is that not part of the?
Oh, that's a bad goal, guys.
Oh, okay. That would be here, but you can't move into channels over here.
There was one
You'd want
person
that.
on our Facebook group that kept asking me
Yeah.
why his team was giving the ball away so much, because they were doing what your team was doing and they were passing it directly into through the center and getting picked off a lot. And I gave him the piece of advice that I might have given you if you'd asked us. Stop using a playmaker.
Hmm.
Gives them more options to pass to instead of trying to force it to one player.
How tall is Haugen in his heading? His heading is a 12,
That's not bad for our league.
and he's 6'2". Jumping reach is 15. So ideally, you'd want to float the ball into the box, right?
I'd
Or just should I leave it at mixed for now?
Mixed is fine. I
Mixed.
don't know. 12 isn't enough that I'd want to exclusively do that.
Okay.
But you're playing as a target man again. Like, just stick with the advanced
No, I'm
forward.
not. Trequartista. There we go.
Oh, I don't know.
Say that 5 times
I just
fast.
stick with the advanced forward, man.
See, here's the thing. My thinking right now is with the inside forwards and the advanced forwards that they'll eventually find the same space.
Okay.
With a Trequartista, he's naturally going to try and find spaces when he doesn't have the ball,
Well, that's logical.
is what it
Absolutely.
says.
It's logical.
So let's say the ball's on the left hand side and he's my inside forward is coming in.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um maybe he'll be in the channels in between the other two
Okay.
center backs on the
Okay.
other side, something like
I
that.
see what you're thinking is. Okay. Well, I'm
Yeah.
fascinated to see how that works. Because we know what kind of player he is and what he's capable of. So if he continues to score in that role, awesome. Otherwise, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Why are we
How do
giving up
Twitch
so many
streamers make money
goals?
these days?
What?
Random question. So you really make money through ads, you make money through
Uh,
people subscribing to the Twitch user. Um if you want to become profitable and make this a full-time job, you need a bunch of subscribers.
it's all
Um,
marketing.
and when I say bunch, yeah, marketing comes into play as well. But when I mean like a bunch of subscribers, I'm talking like over 200, over 400 subscribers, I would say.
Mhm.
Um, if you have 400 subscribers, that's a guaranteed income of, I would say, around $800 a month. So, but most people don't do it for the money. They do it because they love it or they want to try it and they want to see how it goes.
I do it for the social aspect, the fun of it. Because
900 before taxes. Okay,
I,
I was close. I was
I
close.
can't stream at a time that more viewers would be available. You know, I started doing it to help out some friends so that I could show them how to do some specific things on Football Manager, and then now I just do it for the social aspect.
There are many different reasons to stream.
Yeah, but I mean, I also have
Uh,
like I said, I minored in marketing, and understanding Twitch is not that difficult. You want to be successful on Twitch? Be a girl that knows how to play games. You don't even have to be good. But if you're mildly attractive, you will make money at it if you want. There's the secret. Oh, you don't have that? Okay, well then there's some other things, other angles you'll have to play. you know, the
yeah, it's
uh,
build.
you look at the top 10 streamers on Twitch money wise, they're either all women or people who are ranked in major popular games.
I think but like Ronky said, building a social aspect, a community is what's also pretty cool about it.
Yep,
Um,
it can be absolutely.
I know a couple of you guys. I know Six does as well. You have your own discords and stuff where you can share things and whatnot, and it's a small little community, and it's really nice to have.
Yeah.
But if the thought is that it's you're gonna stream and you're gonna be profitable very quickly, that's not gonna happen. It's gonna take a very, 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 very long time to become profitable.
If you do it,
And a lot of
yeah.
the top streamers,
If you do
a
it,
lot of the top streamers have um, YouTube channels and Twitters and Instagrams and all that
you
stuff.
have to. You have to have a social media presence.
Exactly, Rocky. Same thing.
If you're doing it to make
And it
money,
became
stop because odds are you're not going to. If you're doing it for fun, then the money might come in eventually, but never expect it. You're just going to stress yourself out.
yeah,
Yeah.
especially when you take the lunge and try and make it your only source of income.
Yeah, that's tough. I'll never be able to accomplish that simply because I can't stream during the hours that are popular. Like you need to be able to stream in windows where you're going to get the most viewership, and then you got to decide which demographic of people you're going for. If you're going for the North American market, are you going for the European market? Are you going for the Asian market? Those are the three things you have to figure out, and then you have to stream in a specific time zone in order to get those viewers. Like I couldn't possibly stream at noon, which is what some FM streamers do so that they can get a good healthy mix of North Americans and Europeans for Football Manager. Absolutely essential.
Absolutely, Rocky. It's getting other people's input is definitely a big thing as well. And like you said, rating people and just ending up becoming friends with them, and it's kind of like what I did with you guys.
Which is straight I understand that. That never happened for me. Like everybody
Oh,
talks about the FM community, and I've had a couple of people drop in my stream and chat and whatnot, and I've gone to theirs in return, but I've never really been invited to the FM community ever, and I'm not sure why. Been doing it 2 years, never come up.
well, I coming from the Facebook group, it can be a bit toxic as well.
The Facebook
Our
group?
Facebook group can be
Oh yeah,
our Facebook group can be a bit toxic, I would say.
true. But I'm talking about on the FM community on Twitch. Never really been a part of it. I've been doing it 2 years, but
Well,
only a small handful of people have ever come in. Some of them follow me, so I follow them back. I try to check out their streams, and then they just unfollow after a while. I'm like, well, why? I don't understand. I wish I knew. I'd love to know, but I don't
how works when you unfollow some, like how some companies, when you want to stop following them or whatever, they're asking you why.
know.
I wonder if that would be good for Twitch. Like, why did you stop unfollowing me?
I'd love to
What
know
was
that.
the
Yeah,
reasoning behind it?
I'd love to have that because I have currently. What do I have? After
The second time streaming, if I was blessed with the Zealand range, so I got pretty lucky. There were people who taught me how to play in General L. Is this your first time playing FM? This FM?
that might be a factor.
Let's see how this new tactic works out.
So I have
Late
275
22.
followers.
Okay.
275 followers I currently have after 2 years. And
Well,
part of it I
okay.
know is that I don't exclusively play FM. I know a lot of people want to see people who exclusively play certain games. I don't. And
Oh,
I know that's a part of it.
watch the goals. Watch the
I
goal.
just had an equally nice goal. That's funny at the same time. Hilarious.
I have. Can somebody clip that, please? I don't know how to clip while I'm on stream. What the hell?
That was insane. That was
Yeah,
madness.
I don't know how. I don't know how to clip that.
Okay, but what I was saying is I have 275 followers now, but it shows me how many
Uh,
followers I've had overall from the day that I started, and that includes unfollowers. I've had almost 1,000 followers. That means 700 and some
wow.
odd people have unfollowed me at some point. I'm like, why? I don't get it. I know some of them I've asked because I've been able to, and they just said, "Well,
Uh-huh.
because you don't only play Football Manager." I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I play other stuff," you know. But I think that's a lot of it is that I don't play exclusively one game. So for me, I think that's part of it, and because I have to stream late at night when all I'm going to get is late nighters or early morning people in Europe. We get a lot of those, or the odd midday
Yes.
Aussie.
Or
I get the odd drop
drop
bear,
bear.
which is great. So I mean, to me, it's like I'm not going to make $1 million doing this, and I'm okay with that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, am I? I'm just gonna change the subject. Am I happy with this tactic? 6 shots, two on target, 0.25 xG.
Well, it's too early to say that.
We're playing Viborg.
It's too early. Too early, man. You just started
Is
it.
it?
It's one game in. You gotta get a
Thank you,
bit more.
Rocky.
You gotta get a little bit more. A
Oh, it
little bit
says I
more time
couldn't
to get
find it.
used to it.
That's true.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see possession either while being positive with this, so I'll have to check that as well.
Okay, I'm approaching 70 minutes with a decent lead.
Good job, Bisek, Morgala. Oh, he's out on the right now. Okay. All right, Hagen. Just wide.
So here's an interesting feedback I just got because I was just asking about it. A lot of people don't necessarily want to watch experts. The majority of viewers want to feel like either they are experts or they get to offer advice to the streamer. Like, oh, that's an interesting take.
Yeah,
So apparently, like new
I think
players get a lot more following. That's kind of true. But here's the thing: the people who do seek out experts, and I'm going to go there. I have to. People who do seek out experts seek out the wrong ones. There's some of them
I'm
who sell
keeping my
themselves
mouth
on
shut on
absolute
that.
bullshit, and that's what they do. They're bullshit peddlers. They're wrong about a lot of things, and then they show up on our forums and say, "But this guy said, yeah, but he's wrong." Sorry. So I don't know.
Let's see if we can get another one here. Hagen.
Pumping
Just
out
what the
misinformation is just too frequent, and I don't like that.
on a 6.3. So why are you on a 6.3?
The number one piece of misinformation I encounter: the AI learns your tactics. No, it doesn't. It really, really doesn't. You're giving it way too much credit. The AI is not that sophisticated, but a lot of people post that.
We don't have a center back. We have Gustafsson. We need. Let's put Koulibaly in.
Oh,
I
Moreno,
wonder.
so close.
I'm gonna have to redo all of my um individual training if I'm going to keep this tactic.
Yeah, possibly. I think it looks good. I like it. I like the look of it. Just so you know,
I wonder if we should try to work the ball into the box since we have two inside forwards.
I've hated using wingers this year, though. I've I've
How's
I've
oh
disliked
wait,
every tactic I've had
guys,
wingers in.
we scored on a set piece. We scored on
Woo!
a set piece.
Let's celebrate for that one. That alone is
I
worth
think
it.
it was I think it was Carl
That,
that took the kick.
so that's a good tactic right off the bat, just for that, because the set piece works.
Yeah, right.
Set pieces work. Keep it.
We have 13 shots. We can only four on target, but we can fix that. A goalkeeper, 95% pass completion rate. You gotta love to see it. Jakob again, 64%. He's never been over like 70%, and I don't know why. Is it- Kulubai out to Magala, down to Apua. Nobody's in the box right now. Hagen late.
You know what's
Skies it
you know
over.
what's funny is I can watch your game in my game, but I prefer to watch it on my television.
Um, one thing I did take note is look at my player's condition on my formation on the top on the right hand side here.
Mhm.
Notice how they all look tired, but not when you look at the bottom.
Yeah,
Which one is more accurate?
the
I
bottom one,
guess I can go to
the bottom
tactics.
one. But go
Oosh.
to tactics and you'll see.
So all these guys are tired,
Yeah,
but it's not okay. Now it's showing. It wasn't showing before, and I thought maybe it's not as intensive as I
it's got
thought.
to be the skin.
Yeah, I think so.
It's got to be.
All right, a 2-0 victory.
Still though, good win.
Clean sheet.
I gave away my clean sheet late, so boo.
What else new?
Yeah, I'm just who wants a clean sheet these days? Not me. That's who.
I do.
Well, I don't care for clean sheets. That's for rich snobs, and I don't even know. I have nothing. I like clean sheets, but I don't get them very often.
Wow, we have no money whatsoever. I think we're upgrading something.
I have negative money. Oh, hey, I'm tied for most clean sheets. What the hell am I bitching about?
How do we check this?
Actually, you would have most clean sheets if you started the same goalkeeper. We
There
talked
we go.
about that before. How
Yes.
Schneller and
Coaches,
Brattvelt
training
each
facilities.
have.
There we go.
You'd have 11. You'd be ahead by one if you played the same goalkeeper. That's okay though. Castrop is the leading scorer. Okay, that's cool. Moreno's second, but he's no longer a starter, so he's not going to keep the pace. Haugen is moving up now that he's playing league games. Apia has gone down now that he's obviously not playing league games. I'm
All right,
too
we
in
start
love.
off.
I am too in love with two striker formations, and I have not liked using wingers lately. So I'm not getting the most out of wingers. I hope you do.
Silk, Silkeborg, Lyngby, Michelin, Copenhagen in that order. Okay, I feel confident with that.
Glad to hear it.
All right, let's continue a day so I can do this freaking training.
I just put my training in. It's right here in my window.
Oh, well,
There you go.
awesome.
0 games. We have no game this week. Okay. Next week we apparent what? We have no games for 2 weeks?
Maybe it's an international break.
Oh, that's what's happening. Yep, I have to call up a Denmark squad here right away.
I'm going to take full advantage of it.
Then I play Armenia. What? I have a whole break for one stinking game? The hell,
I guess
guys.
so.
The hell. Okay, let's see.
Scenario, no.
I come
I
back
want
to
training
play
style,
Ronby on the 6th.
tactical. Yes. Attack and direct,
Okay.
tactical. Do I even want to change my set pieces since we scored? Since we scored?
Probably not. But you never know. Yeah, you know what? Just do what you feels right, obviously. I think you should put in the set pieces you think are best. Just because you scored one doesn't mean that it's like awesome, right?
Oh no,
It can always be better.
I
It can
understand that
always be.
obviously.
It can always be better. I know you understand that. I'm sorry.
Uh, Play from the back. I think we'll go with this.
Oh, I did it again, didn't I?
Okay.
Yes, I did. Keep putting in recovery when I mean to put in quickness.
So the next thing I need to do on my tactics is shoot less often.
Go for the more quality shots. Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I just can't stand the shots going all over the bar and
Mm-hmm.
all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very frustrating.
So who did you put on
Like
shoot less often? Everybody?
my three attackers.
Okay.
Because like, why if you're gonna take a shot
Yeah.
and it's like a .01 xg, why the hell are you taking the shot,
No other
right?
options or lack of other options.
Mathemat No, there's gotta be another option.
Okay.
M- I would say mathematics would dictate that you can either you can find a pass,
Hmm.
you can play for set pieces.
Yeah.
Is that ticked off for me? It is not. Okay, so you can try and draw a foul, you
Hmm.
can find a better pass,
Right.
or you can try and dribble away from it. If you have a .01 xg shot, it, it's like you're giving the ball away.
Hmm.
At least that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah. No, that sounds
Because
very reasonable.
how many of those shots, say .05 xg, how many of those shots are you going to get in a season?
Oh, I mean,
Like,
yeah, a lot.
you'd have to take 20 of them just for one of those to go in, because it's a 5% chance it's going to score,
True.
right?
Yes, you want better quality. I get that.
Yeah.
That's true. And I find that the majority of
Quality.
those low quality chances are coming from wingers. That's why I don't like using them this season.
Gotcha.
I have both of my
All right, so
strikers
we've got.
on shoot less often,
Okay.
but they're, and they're both scoring great. But I also rely on my midfield to get me goals because I have two
Sure.
attacking midfielders that, for all intents and purposes, are playing better than any inside forwards possibly could right now. I just don't like wingers this right now. They're not working for me.
That's fine.
Yeah, I have them going
Do
on
you
my
have your
Liverpool game.
wingbacks on attack?
I do. Uh, I have wingbacks on support actually. Um, in my
Or
Liverpool game, I'm obviously playing with wingers because it's fucking Liverpool. You have to play with wingers with them because that's just how they are.
Mhm.
But I found that in the games, even with them, that I have thrown in my 5-3-2, they've played way better.
uh, really?
Yeah,
Maybe you found a game-breaking tactic.
you freaking got to be kidding.
What?
So okay, Lingby BK takeover completed. Okay,
Uh oh.
I have a new chairperson. The first thing he does is
Hmm.
sever links with Manchester City. I spent all that time getting a senior affiliate. I haven't even used them yet. I haven't even entered a window where I could utilize them yet. And the first thing he does is sever link with them and this
What
other
was
club.
his
But
reasoning behind
there
it?
isn't one. It just says, I want to confirm that the club have severed ties with two clubs as a result of the recent board takeover. The clubs are Manchester City and then some other Denmark club that I don't care about. I
Wow.
didn't even get a chance to get a loan from City. Okay, so I have a new
I'm sorry to
chairperson.
hear that. You have more money in the bank?
I don't think so. I don't care. Just give me a second. I have to recover from this. What a shithead. So the first thing they ask me is, are you excited to work under a new boss? And my answer is going to be, he's an asshole. Uh, Mid-Eastern geopolitics. You're probably right. His name is Dr. Abdullah Al-Hamad. Okay, yep. It's Middle Eastern politics. Still, though, I had such a really great senior affiliate. Okay, well, I'm going to request an affiliate club.
So now I can't lose mine, right? I don't want to lose mine
Yeah, if you had a
because
board takeover, you could apparently. Shit.
we've been going back and forth basically. You get City, I get Liverpool.
I'm going with the negative answer. Yep. I'm going to go like I'm uncertain with the direction of things because I'm pissed off at my new chairperson, frankly. I just got City as a. Why? Oh my God, they're withdrawing players from my Denmark squad now.
Why?
Because it's all I'm playing is one friendly, and apparently, oh Jesus, Brentford, yeah, Brentford is withdrawing a player. They're not letting him play.
Hmm.
Clubs don't have to let them play if it's just friendlies.
Yeah.
So now I have to get a different player. Jesus. And what pisses me off is now I got to try to remember to call him back up next time.
Put a note on it next to
Uh,
his name
freaking.
and remind yourself like every 2 weeks or something.
It's just too involved sometimes. Notes. Create a note. Don't need a category. Call back up to
Can
national
you
team.
Let's see if we can unsettle him for shits and giggles.
Reminder date. I don't know. When's the next time I have to call up a friggin'.
Just do it every 2 weeks or something. When's your contract done?
Reminds me of why I don't like doing national
2026.
teams. There. I just put it once, but it'll be like 4 weeks from now, and I can do it then. Confirm squad. They still only withdrew one player. One time I had it where they withdrew like several players. But yeah, get Manchester City as a senior affiliate. I was freaking tap dancing over that one. Can't wait to get a player on loan when the next transfer window opens. And my new friggin' owner decides to withdraw that affiliation. It's like you're an asshole. You're a straight up asshole. All right, that's my current rant
Might like it.
for the moment. Wow.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Biggest jerks in the universe. Oh, and then I have to answer Jacob's question. Did I get more money? I mean, let's go look.
I mean, to be fair, I could have answered it myself.
Oh yeah, they cleared our debts.
Oh, look at that.
Look at what?
Wait, how much were you in debt?
Like,
Do you remember?
no,
Oh,
millions. It
of course.
was
If you're in debt only by a couple 100,000,
well, okay. So
that's no reason.
looking at the profit for the month, it's over 6.5
Uh-huh.
million profit for the month, which means that they put
Okay.
in 6.5 million for this month. So
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure it was over 6 million we were in debt, and yeah, they seem to have cleared that debt.
You say thank you.
Hell no, we got rid of
You
my
say,
senior affiliate. I don't give a damn. I was going to make that money back, no problem. I was
uh-huh.
not worried about the debt. Getting rid of my senior
Why are
affiliate
you
when I
paying
had
out
that good of
loan?
a senior affiliate, that's the asshole maneuver. So we have a bigger problem for our nation. Is Casper Schmeichel is
Okay.
retiring from football at the end of the season.
And we don't have
Our next best goalkeepers are awful. Like really awful. We're in serious trouble here now. Oh no. Shit.
I think I'm gonna change this tactic just a little bit as well.
Oh, this is truly horrific. I have to put in Oliver Christensen after he retires? Really? When it rains, it pours, huh?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess so.
I'm just having all FM's just taking a big mad shit on my head right now. Yeah, they're like, ah, you're
What about
having a
your
bunch of
new
success, are you?
channel
Well, let's
shooting
fix
so
your little red
often?
wagon. Oh well,
Okay.
that's the game.
So
This
now,
is why it frustrates
now,
us.
now we're trying a 4-2-3-1.
You gave that one game, that last tactic? Okay. All right.
Listen, I only made my center midfielder on attack, uh, attacking midfielder on attack,
Mhm.
and we get youth intake day. Another goalkeeper.
Yeah, we seem to be getting a lot of those. Maybe he'll be the next national team keeper. I mean,
I
the
was
bar
just
isn't
gonna
very
say
high
that.
right now.
Youngster. Let's see if he'll be okay
That's
with that.
great. You
Nope,
thought the
he's a
same thing as I
prospect.
did right there. It's like, yeah, call him up to the national team. Put him in. Why not? Let's go have a look at your Utes.
Let's see if 500 works.
All right. Smash them all onto a scouting. Now I'm going to look at their attributes.
Ball-winning midfielders.
Oh, this goalkeeper is going to be all right, maybe. Yeah, not a bad. He looks okay. Looks okay. Looks like he could be a player. He's one of your top prospects.
He was the best one.
Strandberg. Yeah, he's not too bad to start. So have to wait and see. His personality worries me. Unambitious, to determination. That's worrisome. But
That's not a. We can fix that.
yeah, that's not the end all be all. This guy's kind of nothing. Who is your? Oh, you know what? I'm not going to ask. I'm going to tell you. I'll figure out who your other one was. Who your other good player is.
Mads Volson Pingle.
How many other good players does it say
Uh,
you have? I'm not going to look.
Give me a second. I'm doing contracts to the first three.
Okay. This guy looks okay. Young winger, professional, good determination, decent physicals already. I'm
Right.
going to say Krog looks good. I like the look of him, Krog.
All right. 7 years got him locked down. How many elite talents? We have three. Top talents we have
Oh,
five.
one of them is Jorgen Nielsen, midfield.
Yeah, he's an elite talent.
Yeah, he is. I concur, just by looking.
Good talents we have four. Decent talents we have four. And American too.
Was one of your other good talents Krog, left winger?
No.
Oh, he looks good
He
to me.
wasn't one of my elite
Oh,
ones.
he looks good to me. Got good personality.
Information.
Good personality, decent physicals. He looks all right.
Glenberry. Okay. What was
That's
the name? Krog.
Krog, left wing.
He's a top talent.
Yes, he looks okay. Who was your other amazing talent?
Here.
AMR.
Do you want
I think that's his
Pingle?
Pingle? Pingle. Okay,
That's how I say it.
that's cool. Let's go look at Pingle. Oh, and we won't do that. Pingle. Fairly professional, 13 determination, decent. Yeah, he looks okay too, but not as good as the other guys. He's only 5'9". I'm critical. He's a winger. I get it. So it doesn't matter how tall he is. I like the look of Nielsen. He was my favorite looking player out of that lot. Goalkeeper worries me with the bad
Okay.
personality, but that Nielsen kid, that he looks like he'll be a player.
You're 2 star. You're up to 2 stars, so you are training well. In the last year, you've gained a whole star rating as well.
That's amazing. Look at that. Yep. So far, your youth academy is not letting you down like last season.
No, no, that is good to see.
I know your
That is
Dundalk Youth
very
Academy
good to
wasn't
see.
that great, but this is why Denmark was one of the good choices, is because they do tend to have good youth intakes.
Yes, they do.
So that's excellent. Fantastic, even. So I don't have enough of
Well,
a financial balance to do anything. That's okay.
you just get here too. Oh no, you didn't. Take my medicine.
Oh, this new chairman had better not start becoming a jerk. Oh, hey, I have my youth intake. I have one elite talent, and it's a defensive midfielder. Oh, good. It's a position I don't use.
I'll take him.
I'll train him to be a central midfielder, but I just. Why? Why would they even bother bringing in a position I don't use?
I don't know.
Yeah, it happens so frequently.
It's the wrong button.
Future prospect works for me. Let's get this guy locked up, shall we? None of this garbage. None of this garbage either. You know what? I'm going to do that. Just
Do you
to be
not
sure.
want him?
Nobody said that.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying it's.
Just making
I'm
sure.
just saying it's infuriating that they continuously give me players for positions I don't use. It makes
That's
no
fair.
sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna sign him. What the hell's wrong with you? It's like, well, you're not gonna talk to their agent first? Oh, I hate that. Sometimes it's annoying. And
Alright,
you'll
so while
piss
you
off
do
the
that,
agent if you don't talk to them first. Makes them
oh, how
mad.
do we want to play you? You're 6 foot. Holy shit! You're 6'4". You're playing as a defender for your life.
He's playing for his life. Oh no.
Yeah,
I don't think that he knew that he was playing for his life when he joined the squad.
I thought I fixed that. Staff
But no, not 10K clip.
responsibilities, training. Oh, there we go. All right, let's see.
And then this is the other one. I didn't even
Findus, you're gonna play
look at my top players. I'm just signing them. Didn't even look at them.
advanced playmaker.
It's madness, right?
Yes,
That's all right. Worst thing that'll happen is I'll sell them to someone.
you're
Whoa, what
playing
the
as a
fuck is this
no-nonsense center
crap?
back.
Get out
You're
of here with
six
that.
three. Your jumping reach is 16. I have to. Why? Okay, why is my no-nonsense center back training his shooting finish? That makes no sense.
Hell if I know,
Um,
man.
anticipation. That's gonna be checked. Let's agility and balance. That's what we should work on for you. Nielsen is a defensive midfielder, 5'11".
Oof.
Okay.
I'm doing the
All
Jacob.
right.
I'm just signing all
So,
of the rest of these guys to youth contracts just in case.
so I have my B team and my under 19s team set up with training. If I like this tactic that I have,
Mm-hmm.
then I'll do the same for the first team, and we'll go forward from there.
Makes sense to me.
Okay. I also don't like the fact that the default is to be on a part-time contract for these guys.
For youth? Oh, I didn't even look at that.
Yeah.
Shit. I didn't look at that.
Uh-oh.
I didn't realize it. Oh no.
Sorry.
That's okay. Totally not your fault.
Uh,
I should have paid better attention.
that fuck. Oh well. I offered you 200,000, not 200,000, $200 a week, and you declined that. Okay. That makes no sense, but here we are. Monthly staff meeting. We're not going to do that right now.
Holy crap, this guy got good. Passing 70, 77. Caboni's only passing 74%. That's actually not very good.
Oh, I didn't know he was being so.
Why is he not? What is he training as?
Let's see.
That's why they're not giving me training reports.
We have a good youth team as well.
Yeah, they're looking okay. I'm not complaining about them. They've got some decent prospects in the pipeline. One of them I just looked at now is one of the guys I got last season, the Dutchman, and he's an AMC, which again is another position I don't use.
That's a movie company.
Right. You know what I meant though. You're hilarious.
I know. Thank you. I'm here all night.
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, he's only out for 3 days. Who cares?
Mm. Jakob drops lack of soccer control concern. That's good. Some under 19 just signing, which is nice to see. That's what I really need to get sorted in the summer is our youth team. We lose one, two, three, four. We lose a goalkeeping coach, a fitness coach, and two performance analysts. But I might just redo the entire team.
Cool.
You're 21 years old and you're still on the B team? Oh, that's right, because I didn't register you. You'll be registered next year, I think at least. All right, so everybody's training well, which is always nice to see. Our tactical familiarity with this with this tactic is going up a little bit.
All right, that's confusing.
What?
Okay, so but way back here, it says to me youth candidates evaluated. All right, so I've got one elite
Uh-huh.
talent, guards full, and I have three
Uh-huh.
top talents. Okay,
Uh-huh.
then they all sign their youth contracts. Hooray, hooray,
Uh-huh.
hooray. They all sign, 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 sign. We click through really quickly. And then at the top, it says scholars announced. Now I have two elite talents and two top talents. So in a matter of 2 days, they've decided one of my guys was actually an elite talent, not a top talent. That's
That happens sometimes.
some interesting
It happens.
scouting. I know, but isn't that funny that happens? I think it's comical as much as anything. Just like
It's almost like it's like the difference between a scouting report and a coaching report. When you
true.
first get your intake, it's a scouting report, as
And it's a
essentially
coaching report.
speaking.
Then they've been watched and it's a
And then
scout. Okay, coaching report.
yeah,
Gotcha.
I think that's
That's a
the
good way to
best
put it.
analogy I
That's
can
a
make.
great way to put it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do know one or two things about the game,
Yeah, I know.
but not enough. I need to learn more. Always can learn something.
I just get amused by some of these little things. To me, they're like
Oh, I agree.
oversights, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. That, like I've complained for a lot of years. I even get a head of youth development who has a similar preferred tactic to me, and for some reason, I'm still getting tons of players who don't play in positions I use.
I don't think it should be players you get should be exclusive to what you get, but I think it should be the majority.
Well, like I was saying before, like in FIFA Manager, you control your youth academy all the way down. And in real life, clubs do that as well.
Okay.
Why would the club at any point, say it's Liverpool, they're playing their 4-3-3 DM wingers. They've been playing the same formation for a decade. Why in the world would they ever train? Okay, never mind. They're the worst example because they use pretty much everything on the pitch. Okay, say somebody's playing a 4-4-2. Why the hell would you want to bring in a defensive midfielder or even an attacking right winger? Why would you do that?
I have no idea.
You wouldn't. So it doesn't make any sense in the game either. I've been playing the same tactic. Why would they bother throwing anybody else at me? It's
Uh-huh.
baffling. Yeah.
I don't know. You just sim, babysitting simulator. Jeez,
Yeah.
say that 5 times
It's my
fast.
babysitting simulator, I know. Especially at lower level clubs, they might say that they do that, but most clubs aren't particularly well run. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely something to
Um.
consider. Coaches at youth levels do weird stuff all the time. Well, true, but eh, I don't think that if I'm using a formation like this, there's no reason for them to give me a defensive midfielder. None whatsoever. But that's who my star player was this time. Same formation. My star player last season was a attacking central midfielder. So 2 seasons in a row, the best player in my youth intake is for a position I don't use. That's dumbfounding, is what that is. But I just have to do my best to retrain them. Having said that, they should have been trained up from the time they were much, much younger, which realistically would have happened if this was anything close to a realistic simulation.
Mhm.
Think having at least familiarity with a position and preferred formation would be a good compromise. Yeah, you're absolutely. I agree with that. They should at least have familiarity, at least some. Like my AMC, he only has any amount of striker in midfield because I've played him there. When he showed up, it was just this and this, and I don't use either of those. So why was this guy in my academy? I don't get it. I guess I could role play that one. Sure, let's role play it. He's Dutch, not Danish, so we probably poached him from someone else's academy. Yep, there it is. There, I've explained that one away. The new guy though, he's a defensive midfielder. He's from Denmark, so I don't know.
All right.
His mom brings the snacks and drives the van. Ah, yeah, okay, kind of. I like that one. That's
Fantastic.
even funnier. I'm gonna go with that one. We don't have enough coaches. Oh, did our reputation improve? It would have, wouldn't it? It's the league split now. How
Yep.
many coaches do I get now? Let's go look. I can have one more coach. I can have one more scout. Yay! I can have another
Hey, you're
physio.
improving.
Hmm?
You're improving.
Yeah, absolutely. Reputation went up. I could have more stuff, more shiny stuff. I need a tactical attacking coach. Let's see if my reputation went up enough to find a decent coach. Tactics and attacking? I mean, the hell. Let's just lower that one, get more options. Tactical attacking. This guy wants to be a performance analyst. He also wants way more money than I could possibly afford. It's probably
Let's
going
see
to
if we can
reject
get you a
this.
model citizen.
Oh, dude, I can't do either of those things. You're going to say no. Yeah, he said no. Doesn't matter if I can have another coach. I can't afford a decent one. Therein lies the rub, huh? Jesus, this guy. Oh, sorry. You have to hit walk away or you get stuck.
Hold
Yep.
on, don't go continue yet.
I probably won't.
Okay. 2.8.
I can't get a decent coach anyway.
Let's go. Got a better goalkeeping coach.
Hey, that's great.
Like I said, I'm gonna really try and do this under 19s team right now. 5.25. Goodbye to you, fitness coach. 8. Wow. Okay, that's piss poor. Uh,
Ooh,
staff search,
it's a lot of
fitness.
physios I could potentially have. I'll obviously start with the free agent one.
There are no good fitness coaches. 15 and 17 is
32.
32.
Can't even afford a decent coach.
Guess I guess we can wait until the summer.
Actually, I might as well go and look at alternatives to regular coaches. Let's look at fitness coaches. Oh. Oh, I need to be able to. Oh, you're going to want more money than I can afford, huh? Come on. That would have been amazing. If you can afford this guy, this is what you want right here. Here's a fitness coach for you.
For my under 19s team.
Oh, no, for your main team.
Oh, let me check my current fitness coaches. Okay, sure.
Ah, pretty sure this
I
guy
have
will be an
one.
upgrade on anybody you got. Hard to say, though. Maybe not.
What's his name?
Yeah, this guy's better than him.
Jose Alfonso.
Marcelo. It's over 15 in all the things that matter. I mean, if I can't get him, you might as well. They won't let me
Oh
have him.
wow. Holy Lord, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't show up before, so. Even at 14s,
3.2.
I can't find another guy like him. Jesus,
Do you want me to get him from you?
he's not from me. I can't sign him.
Well, do you? Okay,
I can't afford his wages. If you can afford his wages, you should sign him.
that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, you should.
Uh, so, excuse me. Surprisingly enough, our current fitness coach is leaving at the end of this year. So
That's yeah, one less you got to
thank you
worry
for
about.
that.
One less guy you got to worry about. If I can't sign him, he should go to your team. We're supposed to be working together on building the nation. It's not all rivalries.
True. This is true. Hmm. What's his name? Jose Alfonso. What is it? 15, 16, 6. Oh, yeah. I don't think I'm going to find anything better than that.
No, no. I even
Oh,
searched
there.
for all 14s and can't find anybody even comes close to comparing to him. So,
Yeah.
when those rare coaches that have low reputations but good attributes jump up, you sign them fast.
XG supremacy. XG, you want a high XG, but you also want the goals as well.
Oh man, what
Uh,
is this 45-minute
wages and
limitation bullshit?
expenses.
Get out of here. I hate it when they do that. And give me a limit on how long I'm allowed to play them because I almost never remember. Therefore, I just won't
Oh,
start
Grand
them.
Porter's Masterclass. Okay.
Anybody with a 45-minute
Also the
limit just isn't
clubs.
playing in this or starting this game.
2.6. Let's see if we can do two. Okay, save.
They took away one of my
I'm
better
kind of curious what the
midfielders.
XG table is for us. Is it still going to show? Yes, awesome. So you have an XG, you have 46.6 XG. How many goals do you have? You have 58. Wow.
Yeah,
Jeez.
we're outscoring our XG. That's rare. That doesn't happen very often, does it?
Well, I don't know. I like to think it does, especially if you're a good team.
Okay.
Because XG is a cumulative stat,
Yeah.
and so you know, again, let's think of it mathematically. If every shot you take has an XG of 0.33, it means you're just going to score one every three shots, right?
Hmm.
Doesn't mean you're going to score every third shot,
I see.
right?
Yep.
So you can score three times in a row, have an XG of one, but three goals.
True.
So
True.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm just glad that we're doing well. That's all. I mean,
Yeah.
taking a ragtag bunch of misfits and turn them into a successful team. Love it.
Well,
My
yeah,
usual
XG
mo.
does involve a lot of things, but at the end of the day, it's the percentage chance of that shot going in the back of the net
the, even the yeah,
when everything is considered.
the quality rating of said shots.
Yeah. Like for example, Haugen has 27 goals in all comps and has a 21.8 xG. Uh, Jakob 6 goals, 4 xG.
It's like what somebody once said to me. He says, "I wish there was a unit of measurement to describe how good food tastes." And I'm like, "There is, man. It's called a calorie." It's kind of like that. So the XG is like the calorie of the footballing world.
That's fair. All
how
right, let's hop
how
into
good
your
was
game.
that shot? Poulsen makes it 1-0. I'm not even starting by starting
Hey,
11. Oh, it's been disallowed. The
thanks for the follow.
fuck? For,
And let's see. I think we're 67 now.
see that? You see that?
6.
I get a raffle and you get the follow. The fuck?
Go follow 6. I have his Twitch account as well. I'll type it in chat.
Oh man, Poulsen, you got to put those balls in the net. I can't start my starting 11 because a bunch of guys had 45-minute limits and I can't ever remember them, so I just don't start them.
That should be it.
I'll throw them in for the second half. Because remember the
Yep,
last,
it worked. Yeah, so drop him a follow as well. Go ahead.
remember the
He's the person that I'm streaming with this save, and he's playing this game right now.
you remember last season when
The one you
on Ireland when I had 45-minute limits and I didn't follow them and teams got mad at me. I'm gonna try to avoid that this time.
just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, did that one count? Oh, it's the first Denmark
Yeah, it
goal
did.
for Durambi. Oh no, it's Sorensen. Hey, all right, first goal ever for that guy. Way to go, that guy. I don't want to learn your name until you do more. Fantastic.
I have to set a what are they called? The night bots or whatever to shout you out every now and again while we're streaming.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's another one. Oh, that should have been
Oh,
another
I
one.
wish it was. Mm.
Here's another one right here.
There, Polson,
There you go.
finally. He's already had one called back on him. He looks like he really wants the score, though.
All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna let this game run, and I'm gonna go take my medicine.
That's too many open-ended jokes to that one. 2-0 is okay. Considering I haven't put in our best 11 players, I'm all right with it. I don't remember where Armenia is even rated. I know we're rated higher than they are, so it's good to get an easier opponent. Doesn't mean that we need to concede, though. I didn't mean to call them an easy opponent. Oh, okay, they didn't score. That could have been Tragic. I don't want to change my goalkeeper. It's so sad that Schmeichel's going to be retiring because we truly do not have a decent backup goalkeeper.
Maybe. Yeah, I almost fell. I'm good.
He doesn't know that his mic's still on. 8 shots on target out of 25 attempts. Not thrilled with that.
All right, I am back.
Yeah, I know. We could hear you.
No, I muted my stream. Only you could hear me.
Oh. Well, but it would still play through mine. Because my stream can hear
Yeah,
whatever I
damn
hear.
it.
Oh.
Well, I'll know that for next time.
Oh, I can only make 6 substitutes in this friendly. Okay. I mean, now I know. What are you going to do? Thanks.
Make 6
Thank you. I
substitutes.
appreciate that. Yeah, I can only make 6 substitutes in this friendly. The last one was, well, I guess it was a club game, but I always forget that international friendlies are only 6 subs. I don't think it's always been that way. Very confident it hasn't always been
Um,
that way.
from, from what I remember, it has been. You can also change it. When you make friendlies, you can change it to whatever you want it to be.
Wait, what? You can?
Yeah, when you make a friendly yourself, you have the option to change the number of subs.
I didn't know that.
Look, learn something new every day.
Yep. That one I'm going to have to take advantage of because 6 is insufficient. I imagine the other team has to agree to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the base is 6, but it can be changed later on if agreed
Can
upon.
I change it to 411?
I don't think
Oh, so
so.
there is an upper limit. Okay, that's the next thing I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Now you're probably thinking to yourself, 411, that's a really random number, but it's not. And I'll tell you why. Because that's how many people I have on the national pool.
So what? Everybody gets 3 minutes of play.
Wait a minute, 90 divided by 400. Oh yeah, you're right. That would be about 3 minutes of play. Geez, that was quick math. Good job.
It was a total guess on my part.
That's
So if I guessed right, that's
it's
very
it's
lucky.
it's close to being almost exactly right. So good enough. That's
I'm a
truly
math guy for
horrifying.
a reason, aren't I?
Truly horrifying that I even thought of that. Let's call up everyone in the national pool. I spent some time
That is something.
cutting everybody that's over a certain age and was too far down the pecking order. I just cut a
Okay.
lot of people off the national pool. So now we just had new youth intakes. So I'm gonna have to spend a couple hours after this stream scouting them all to find out who to add.
Did you ever take my squad view for the national pool or no? I don't remember.
Wait, I think you sent it to me and I
I don't care. I was
downloaded it.
just curious. I'm just curious.
No, I remember you sent it. Import view. What's it called? Jakey do default view for Jacob International. That would be this right here. Right?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's for not for this. Oh, that's for the other games. Whoa. No, I don't want selection info.
Uh,
Oh, I've really messed this up. That's what I wanted. It's for this right here. Holy crap. Default view.
did we do?
There it is. Like that. Oh, I've got to stretch this out a little bit. This is clearly made for a much smaller screen. All right. It doesn't have.
No, I also use that for my national pool. The only thing that I add is a second nationality
Yeah.
screen and
Okay.
the club that they play at. Those are the only extra two things that I add.
Oh, really? No, I like this. This was
Yeah.
this was quite nice when I
Oh,
saw this. The
it's up to
although
you.
why is ability and potential on here twice?
So actually, one of them is ability from your coach, and the other one is ability from the
Oh,
scouts.
but which one's which? Because for national team, it's exactly the same.
Um,
Oh,
so that's the scouts, the
scout's
first one.
opinion, and then this one's assistant
Yeah,
manager's opinion, because that's going to be
yeah.
exactly the same.
You don't. It literally took me 2.5 hours to figure out why some of the players in my USA save
Uh-huh.
I'd scout, and I would just not see a scouting report on my national pool. Like it would just still say unknown,
Oh yeah.
and I'm like, what the hell am I doing wrong? And then I realized, oh, there's two different types of scouting
So
reports.
you have appearances for club teams, goals and assists
Yeah,
for club teams. You don't want these. Oh, I see. They don't have this for international, do they?
no,
International, international caps, international goals, but that's going to be all time, not just this season. They need the
exactly.
current season ones. Oh, right.
Yep.
So here we go. Top 50 Wonder Kids in the world. How many do you have? I
Zippo.
have one.
Do you have
I
one?
have one.
Wow. What number? Oh,
14.
Amar. That's
I
impressive.
don't think he's that great, but I've often looked at this list, and some of the top guys are not actually the highest current ability or potential abilities. But I think it's just because I've given him so many games, and playing at the top level matters. But
Possible.
oh, look, a bunch of his attributes are going down. Oh, but his determination went up. I like that. It's a good trade. But still, Amar's on there. Way to go, kid. I've got a freaking
Not
top
only,
50 already,
not only that, he's in the top 20.
right?
So props for that.
I might have to cash in on him though, because I don't think he's going to be a world beater.
Okay.
I think he's going to be really good. It's just, I don't think he's going to be like a world beater. That's me.
Well,
It's just an opinion.
you're allowed to have it even if it's wrong.
That's true. I have been wrong about some of the prospects in the past.
So if you look at that list,
3.9.
look at number 48.
Oh, you have one?
No,
Oh,
I'm just saying he's a defender and he's on a youth contract still.
why would you tell me that?
That's- I don't know.
I
He's my. I'm gonna try and get him. Doesn't have any interest in joining. No,
no interest in joining.
he wouldn't be interested. Let's try
Oh,
it.
he's from
Yeah,
AC.
no, he's
He's
not.
from AC Milan.
But he's not signed. We can give him
Yeah,
a full time
that's the other
contract.
thing. Is
Give him some.
he's 18. Like he should have an interest. That doesn't make it any goddamn sense. You are correct about that. It makes no sense.
There's 10 clubs interested in Polson, and I still can't get rid of him. All right, so this tactic, I think I like it for now.
Drives me up the wall though.
Why?
Because I told you you should use an AMC instead of a DM a while back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It eventually all trickles down.
No, it all trickles up the field, is what you should say.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Yeah. No.
am
That
I
no.
wrong?
That works. No, you're not wrong at
Okay,
all.
thank you.
I suggested it at one point. That's all. But we've had lots of different suggestions and ideas, and they roll around like marbles. Sooner or later, you're just going to find some tactic that's going to crush everything, and then I'll cry.
I hope it's this one because we play you in less than a week in a week and a half.
Mm, true. I hope it's not that one.
But but you're home, so
Mhm.
A
Okay.
minus.
For what?
Although the fans aren't happy. The board give me an A minus. The fans give me a C plus.
Okay, so part of that money that went into my club was a bank loan for 3.5 million. We've now started monthly payments of 30K towards that. 30K a month my club is spending on that.
Wow.
I'm going to have to figure out some creative financing to keep this club afloat. My favorite way to get creative financing, however, is to just do really well in the Champions League. Problem
Yeah,
solved. uh,
absolutely.
it's just that easy. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Oh, if only it was that easy.
Damn it. Um,
I don't understand
So
that.
we just signed somebody,
Hmm.
the fitness coach.
Oh, you got him. Good. Yeah, right on. Good grab.
You're unhappy. Why are you unhappy? You're supposed to be a regular starter.
And then the fitness coach I went after re-signed with his current club. I went after
Oh,
a different
jeez.
coach to try to, he had 13s instead of 15s, and but ugh, I can't even get people's B list staff. Ouch.
All right, let's recall him.
And there are no other fitness coaches, so to hell with it. I'll just leave
Yeah,
that
it's
spot
it's
open.
very frustrating.
I'm just going to leave that spot open until the end of the season when I get another reputation boost, and I'll have more staff options.
Wait, why don't you just look for a regular coach then
I did, and they all
instead
suck.
of? Oh, you did.
They all suck. I went for regular
I don't
coaches. I
believe
went
that.
for fitness coaches. Yeah, they're all terrible. Here, I'll show you.
I'll look. I can look.
Staff search. Well, it's different for you than it is for me. You have a higher reputation than I do. So here's coaches that I am capable of getting.
Uh, okay.
Because I mean, they all have to have over 15 in motivating determination or discipline. Otherwise, they. I even did it with 14s, and I'll do that again just to show you. So the highest attacking rating is 11, and this guy right here wants more money than I can
Mhm.
even afford. So it doesn't matter. He refused the last time I tried to offer it to him. So I can't even afford this crummy coach. So yeah,
Can you get Ronnie Jepson?
he doesn't appear on my list. Can I see him? I want to see what he has for attributes.
14, 19, 19, 30.
No, I need to.
13. Oof.
I cannot imagine I can get him. No, he looks well out of my depth.
Look him up. See if you can.
Ronnie Jepson. Here he is. I don't think he wants to sign for the amount of money I can sign him for. He wants way more money than my board are allowing
Wait,
me.
wait. Before you do that,
Uh-huh.
add clause. Waive club compensation.
No, fuck no. I don't want to do that.
Just
Then he can
you can get him.
then he can be signed away for free. Okay, fine. There it is. I put it. Now try.
Okay, and now add bonuses.
Uh-huh.
Qualifying for the Champions League or winning the league, whatever.
Okay. What do I want to give him for that? I don't want to pay out a lot because I'm going to win it.
You can max it out. It's $60,000. It'll be $60,000 at the
No,
most.
it's 20. But I don't want to pay this guy
See
20K
that?
every time I win the league.
Then just do that. That's okay. Take it out and try it. But that's how you're able to get them to
Oh,
bring it down. You
no.
said no.
No, I'm not doing it.
Okay.
I don't want to give that
Okay.
guy 20K every time I win the league. Screw that. I'll just
Okay.
I'll just wait until my reputation goes up. There'll be more options. My team isn't suffering for better trainers or nothing. Like we're okay. I wouldn't mind getting an upgrade at attacking tactical because it's only 3 stars, but everything else is at least 3.5. So we're okay. We're doing all right.
And now I can actually. What's their name? I wish this was in alphabetical order.
You and me both, man. You and me both. Yeah, me too. Me too, man. I was like, oh, what's that all about?
Well,
All right, well, they do that.
a 13-goal game in the NHL tonight. The Canucks beat the Canadiens 7-6.
Oh, two struggling teams. Still, though, that would have been entertaining. If you showed up for that game, you get your money's worth.
Yeah,
As long
right.
as you're not a big fan of either of the other team's goalkeepers, that would have been really entertaining. Who the hell? Why is this guy still even on my team? I don't understand all the time. Um, I'm just gonna go ahead and release you since you don't even have a contract. I just got new youth academy players, so I don't really need you on there anyway. That's funny. You messaged me just as I noticed that. I
Uh,
was just like, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right.
oh well.
There's a lot of that, though.
Nothing gained, nothing lost.
Nah, not really. So yeah, Bronby than you. This is where I start to get a. I'm glad for the extra point lead because I don't ever feel like it's enough.
Oh, I know. It's never enough for you until you win the league.
You know that's funny. You're absolutely right. Until they absolutely say
I've played
you've won it, I just don't ever think I'm gonna.
I've played with you long enough to figure out that that's how it goes for you.
I wonder why. Probably because I'm a Liverpool fan and Steven Gerrard's slip has traumatized me in ways that have carried over into the game. It's never enough points. It's never enough. I mean, you can always fuck it up. I've seen it happen. Oh man,
I need center
I
backs in
do think
here.
it's happened to me
Chamber.
once or twice in Football Manager as well. Like I've had a reasonable lead at the top of a table and blown it. It's been a while since that happened because I've learned how to
Mhm.
stabilize that. But yeah, it can happen to anyone at any time. Poor Mercati. I brought him in on loan to my team, and I've really not used him. He's not been good enough.
What happens?
Yeah, he looked a lot better the first time I looked at him. Then I got him into my club, and I was just like, oh,
Yuck.
yeah. Who are you? Why are you here?
Yeah. Revoke his parking pass so he can't go to the club anymore.
I mean, yeah. I wish I could just end his loan and send him back to his team so he didn't have to be miserable sitting, not even on my bench. Like he's unhappy. He's so unhappy, and it makes me feel bad.
Pindos again with very good training. Has he gone up to 2.5 yet? No, he has not. I think I would like to see him get to 2.5 stars by the end of the season.
Who's that? Oh,
Finn,
yeah,
Finn
yeah.
something.
He looks good. Like
Pindos.
he kind of snuck up on us a little bit. Like I took him off my short list because I thought, oh, with that determination, he's not going to develop much. But there, see, I was wrong. So far,
This is
he's
determination
developing
now.
just
His
fine.
determination is 8. It hasn't gone up yet.
Well, I don't know how much influence people have on him, nor do I know who is actually mentoring him. But I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I don't think I. Yeah.
Did you add him to a mentoring group yet?
No.
Well, that might be why.
I'll I'll fi- I'll figure it all out in the off season.
Naturally. Yeah, it'll naturally go up just being around players with higher determinations, but it's better if you mentor them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, let's try this tactic out. Blah, blah, blah. Let's try this tactic out.
Let's try not to be too tired while we're doing it.
I
Somebody's
can't make any
sleepy.
promises.
Somebody's sleepy. No, that's okay. We should, after our game, we should maybe stop there. That's a good spot because it only leaves us a few games to wrap up the season next time, and we can go into the off season.
I- I'll keep going until I fall asleep.
Okay.
I can continue
Once I hear you
playing.
snoring, I can save it and I don't know how you're gonna keep streaming though. Like you gotta learn, you gotta turn off your stream. I can't do that for you.
Oh, trust me. I think if if word goes around that somebody's sleeping on stream and snoring, I think it'll garner some attention.
It's under the terms of service that they'll actually kick you off if you do it
Off streaming or off the
off
platform.
Twitch. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever read the terms of service. You have to be present for a specific amount of time and awake and et cetera, et cetera. Like you can't be off camera for long periods of time either, and just letting a game play. It's
Oh,
like if, but that's just it. You don't have to have a camera on. So like, how do they know? For those ones, they don't obviously. But yeah, if you have a camera on, you're supposed to be present for a specific amount of percentage of your streams.
oh well, I think we both surpassed that quite easily.
Oh, absolutely, definitely. But I mean, like, I can't just leave for an hour and just let something run on here.
Mhm.
Not supposed to do that.
You're not supposed to.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen people get warnings and even suspensions and stuff from et cetera,
Mm.
for making money. They suspend you from pay or something. I don't know exactly how that works. I don't know because it's not happened to me. But yeah, their terms of service is pretty clear on the whole "don't fall asleep on stream" thing. Otherwise, you know how many streams there would be of just people filming themselves sleeping?
Yeah,
I mean,
it would be a lot, I would
I have
imagine.
a feeling there's like a niche market for that. People would really be into it.
There's a niche market for everything.
That's right. Exactly. It's like I was telling somebody, it's like if you can think of something, that's someone's kink. Doesn't matter how disturbing it is or how funny it is or any of those things. It's someone's kink out there. Yeah.
Sec scored his second goal, I think,
Nice.
off a corner kick. This tactic works for set pieces.
Okay. So far, that alone is a nice thing. So
Yeah,
that's a nice boost. Set pieces working is always welcome, as far as I'm concerned. So what are you aiming
we got
at?
two yellow
Near post
cards.
or far post?
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know what you're
I
putting?
honestly have no idea.
Oh, I'd be curious to know.
Maybe yellow cards though in 20 minutes.
The yellow cards is not ideal, no. But
No.
you got to take the good with the bad, I think. Nice, Jorgensen. I'm so glad I didn't sell him. Kastrup walks in like, oh, that hit the post. That was such a great play. He had a breakaway and he lobbed the keeper perfectly, and it was just coasting in and hit the goal post. That's unlucky right there.
Let's see how we build up from the back.
I want to know where you're aiming your crosses on corners.
Well, one of them was a free kick. The other one was a
No, I
corner.
want to know where your corners are aimed on attacking corners. I want to know
Okay.
for two reasons. Not just because I want, I want to steal it. No, it's not that. It's I want to see if it's far post because far post is apparently the one that works now. But I've kept all mine on near post. I mean, granted, I'm not scoring as many corners anymore, but
Hausner, don't scare me like that, please. I'd greatly appreciate it if you didn't scare me like that.
he
I think you're coming
belongs to.
off at halftime.
Okay, That should have gone in. I can't believe that I didn't get a goal on that. 66% possession over Brondby right now.
And we're only at
And
54%.
I'm away.
All right, it's pretty good.
I know. I wish we could get more than one goal, though. We've had some really good opportunities. Okay, so I don't want to sub out Kabuni, but
Jakob. Oh, just over the bar by Brecker.
he's tired. Proftsguard, man, you're really getting better. I'm enjoying your progress. Paklanate. No, you're not tired enough yet. I'm going to go with just the two for now. Let's go team.
Oh, let's bring Anderson back in.
Chuckwani is too tired.
Nice.
Sandgrove.
On to the second half.
Onwards and upwards.
We have another corner. He's scared to take it. Madsen? Nope, not this time.
Not this time, Madsen.
Oh, it's wide.
Come on, square it. Square it to Angelo. Oh, you don't dwell on the ball. God damn it, Castrop. Learn how to pass. Ah. He's a good goal scorer, but he's a shit passer.
Oh.
Come on, Angelo.
Oh, now they can counter here. All right, that's a good foul.
Come on, I need a goal. Give me a goal. Give me a goal. Yes, there's a goal.
Is that your first? No, it's your second.
It's a second, but it's just exciting
Of
because
course.
it means that I can safely make substitutions and change our tempo and all that good jazz. Easy listening, smooth jazz. Blue like jazz.
Anderson. Koulibaly. Penalty. Referee, that's a penalty by a mile and a half.
So we got all
Anderson.
our subs, we got everything done.
Mogala. Just given away. I don't know how you don't call that referee. That's quite disappointing, I must say.
Gastrip, yes, that might have been
Irritating.
offside though. Yeah, they're looking at it. Might have been offside, they said. As soon as I saw it, I thought, it could be offside. Disallowed. Yeah, I'm actually not surprised. Shit, I'm not happy, but I'm also not surprised. I don't think anybody's ever happy to have a goal called back, right?
No, never.
But it's probably deserved because he looked to be about a half a foot off in front of the play there. So,
I looked outside the box. Let's see.
I got a 2-0 win. Oh, yeah.
Yep, goes outside the box.
I got a couple of minutes. I can run to the washroom while he's finishing up his game. Get a new drink.
Good steal. Keeps us with possession. Sorensen and the highlight ends. 60% possession. That's good. It finally came into the game a bit. 85% pass completion, positive mentality. But 5 yellow cards is the big disappointing thing. Sanchez comes on and gets the yellow card. Comes on in the 81st minute and manages to get a yellow card. That sucks. Can't keep having games like this.
Oh man, I got a new
We drew
drink,
1-1.
and I remembered that I had this huge slab of apple pie that I have to eat.
Nice.
That makes me so excited. Did you just say you drew 1-1?
Yeah, this they scored on a crappy goal.
I thought you had 2 goals. Oh, screw those guys.
No, it wasn't a penalty.
Oh, shit.
Alright, so we need perfect, and we need defending set pieces. Defending set pieces. There we go.
Who the hell is this guy? Knudsen?
Wait, do we not play you next? Oh,
Bodo
I'm looking at the
Glimt
wrong
wants
week.
to sign Moreno from me? I don't know about that. Lingby fans want permanent deal struck for Comecchio? Yeah, me too. Trust me, Lingby fans. I wish I could. So far, my guaranteed transfer budget for next season is 550K. Um,
That's because you have. That's because you didn't get the Champions League yet.
yeah, that's what I'm saying so far. But I don't think it's going to go over 20 million.
No.
It would be. There's almost no chance of that. So no point in even thinking about it. But I have one loan for another year, so that's it was a 2-year loan. So yeah, I have 2 years to come up with the 21 million. I also have 2 years to come up with 2.6 million to keep Findell permanently if I want to do that. So those are the two options I currently have to work with. I'd like to keep Findell as well if I possibly could. Obviously.
That was the wrong player. Hold on a second. We just have to try that. Um,
It's about that time again, eh?
patient direct. Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking so.
Got to play against you. Hmm. Oh yeah, there's the note to call back up that player to my national team because Jacob's a genius.
Thank you. I know I am.
He's also really humble.
I am the most humble person I know.
Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I can't help but look in the mirror. I get better looking each day. To know me is to love me. I must be a hell of a guy. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble, but we have to give it a try.
Excuse me.
I do enjoy that song. It's quite amusing. Even if I don't get the words completely right, the idea is still remains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's this?
I don't know. You probably don't know that song.
I do
It's
not.
a real song.
I didn't. I didn't not believe you.
Uh-huh.
I figured it was a real
Mhm.
song.
I know. I know you didn't. It wasn't about not believing me. I'm just telling you, it's a song, and it's very funny.
I'm gonna go here. Denmark set to release players. I don't think that's gonna help us.
Hmm. I kind of doubt any of them are any good. Let's look. Garbage. 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 These guys are all lone players. This guy's not the worst player I've
Oh,
ever seen, like out of that group. But
we have to finish second because then we get into the Europa League.
oh, because we moved up.
Yes.
We did,
Uh-huh.
dude. Sorry, I gotta go look.
I didn't think it was I didn't think it was enough for the Europa League. To be completely honest, I totally forgot about that.
Denmark is now 19th.
I
Qualification.
think it was like 15th is what we need to get to,
Yeah, no, 15th is what we need to get to for two Champions League places.
which is what we need to get to.
Yes, sir. Let's do that. Somebody has to win some games in Europe.
Yeah, that's not my fault. Let's see if is Copenhagen still in.
Yes, they are. Oh wait, sorry, that just came up in front of me from this other thing. I don't actually know. Let me look. Copenhagen, Europe, no. They got
All right, so one.
championship group. No, that's not what we want. Europa League round of 16. They they
16th.
got knocked out by Chelsea, so I don't blame them. And they won the home
We're
leg.
Yeah, but I think you need to win the round to get the points.
I understand. I'm just saying they played well. Like they played a really hard
So
team.
simply put, we need to do better than the Turkish teams next season, and then we should be good.
Whew, all right, that's going to be a tall order. There's some good teams there, but we'll give it a best shot. Euro group stage draw today. Why am I watching the Euro group stage?
Because you're manager of Denmark and he made the Euros.
Well, good for us. All right, we got Italy, Sweden, and Ireland. Ireland. Oh no, I don't want to beat them. Yes, I do. Italy, Sweden, and Ireland. So we got Sweden. That's
You,
fun. That's a good rivalry match. And Ireland, and then Italy will
you,
be tough.
you want to know what's crazy?
Hmm.
We have the same goals allowed, but you have 24 more goals scored than I do.
Wow,
Yeah.
who would have thought? So it's funny. We're 10th and Italy's 11th. That's going to be a hell of a dogfight, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Fans anticipate Denmark Sweden contest. That's good because that's the rivalry. And Denmark to face Italy. Yep, I kind of figured that was going to be the one they would focus on. Pre Euro friendlies to be scheduled. I will work on those now. Let's get some big teams.
Just finished watching that Brazil game. Good lord, some of those goals. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can see why they
Right?
were elated. When people are like, "Oh, they shouldn't be celebrating like that," I'm like, "You would too if you scored like that." Come on.
Yeah, I don't. I don't think the celebrations were too
I
excessive,
don't think
if
so.
I'm
I don't
honest.
think so either. I think some people just get angry that they got scored on with a really pretty goal.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Good luck telling Brazilians not to dance. Exactly, that's who they are, right? exactly who they are.
You got them there, right? Croatia's a good nation. Let's get down here. Let's book ourselves. I don't know, Portugal. Yeah, those are all good nations. I want to play the top ones, because this is how I
Wait,
managed to get the Irish national team up a little higher, is playing higher ranked competition.
the goal from Korea was fantastic as well. Too bad it came in this one. I didn't see that one. I only watched the Brazil goals from the first half.
Yeah, watch the Korea goal as well. Like Korea played an open style of attacking football. They didn't try to suffocate the game. I was kind of impressed with them. They went for it.
That's actually pretty brave, I must
Yeah,
say.
they played their style. They didn't change it, and I thought that was really good that they did that. I mean, Brazil showed they're the better team at attacking football, which nobody's surprised by this.
Mhm.
But I think yeah, Korea actually played really well. Denmark press conference on Eurodraw. Okay, press conference. And so I'm going to have a good chance of progressing.
Jakob. You know what? Let's try this. We're gonna keep. I think it's a mute point
Right?
trying it against you of all people.
I
But
love how he puts
fuck it.
plastic says, other than take a card, I don't know how you stop a couple of those. The movement was unreal. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. There's only so much you can ask of those defenders. Take a card. It's so true. Yeah, there's only so much one can do.
Why can't I do this? This is what I want. This is what I want.
37 years old.
Wait. Everyone has had good training performances. That is fantastic to see.
Woo!
He's been eccentricity is 18. I thought it was so bad. I don't remember it being 18. I thought it was like 5.
And now
Maybe
here.
that was in Tanner. Yeah, right. Okay. Dissing is a new player, if I remember correctly. No, he's not.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all.
Gus is though. Okay. Findus. Oh, we already talked about him. Never mind.
Okay, what is happening with this? Oh God, no! Why? Why? Why would you do that? Don't. Oh my goodness. Oh, this whole thing just went to shit.
I didn't see their PKs, but yeah, to go out on penalties would be very disappointing.
Who went out on penalties?
Japan.
Oh yeah, like that game
Um,
would never should have been that close. Like I thought for sure Croatia was just going to spank them, but Japan played well. Okay, why can't I get this column to stop being? It does that. What? What? Why? Why you do this?
I have no idea. Why don't you just re-import it?
Because I was trying to add a couple of
Go to s-
columns, but I'll just do that.
so you go to custom and then you do customize current view. I would do it that way next time.
Even this got fucked up.
$5 million transfer valuation. He's 6'1".
Japan outplayed them overall. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Posting is going up a bit, which is nice to see. Pasek, how's Pasek doing? Pasek isn't for training as well as I thought he was going to be. I wonder if that's just because the other players around him got better.
Good lord. So I'll try this. Replace and
Vet is leaving.
replace.
I think it was Tanner. Do you just want to try and figure that one out after the game, or you almost got it?
I got it. Good enough. I got it good enough. I was just trying to add a couple of columns. I didn't know it was going to be that perplexing. Sorry.
Welcome to the world of Football Manager.
Oh yeah, no. Right, making these views has been one of the more infuriating things in recent, like, in all the years. Really, they haven't improved it at all. It's the same exact user interface as it's been since 12.
Yeah.
So
Koulibaly, the attacking midfield role. Hmm.
no use changing anything.
What?
I said no use changing anything.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right. I think I have an idea. At least some sort of an idea.
For my team, there's no use changing a single thing.
See that's the confidence that I remember.
No, those are just the 11. I know who my best 11 players are. It's a big drop off after them.
I This is so frustrating. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I could give two craps. All right, good game.
Mhm.
I'll concede now before we even get there.
Mm-mm. No,
Okay,
no use doing
let's
that.
do this.
I have a good run.
Okay.
I have a good run going. This would be a fun place to end it. You will smash us and end our winning streak.
I'm surprised that's not a penalty.
Ooh, Findell.
That's why it's not a penalty.
He didn't score much. He's mad because he almost scored on your last game too and didn't get it.
Watch us get the possession battle as well. Oh, not anymore. But it's 50-50.
It's usually close. There, now you're winning it by a lot. Holy shit! It's funny when early in a game how much it can shift.
Why are you heading it away? There's nobody by you. But yes, you're absolutely right. How much is shit.
Ho ho! That was onside.
Well, at least we get to play you second, so we can get you out of the way.
I guess. Yeah.
That's the good news. The
Two
bad news
two
is it
shots on
sets up
two
a.
goals and two attempts. That's so rare.
At a .6 xg. Oh look, you have the ball again.
I thought Castrop scored that goal. It was Chikwati. Weird.
That's offsides.
That's definitely offsides. Angelo was at least a foot ahead. But it didn't go in anyway, so I don't think they care. He hasn't done a lot yet, Angelo, but he'll get there. He has to. I invested a lot of money in him. Like all of our bank
I will
account.
not let. I will not let you fail.
I
Is what you're telling
I don't know
him.
if I can stop him, but I think he'll come good yet. We'll see. I emptied all of our bank account and overdraft to get him.
Hmm.
That's one less player to worry about.
My God.
Is that a midfielder? Left back. Huh. What position was he?
Uh, he was a center midfielder.
Okay. Well, it wasn't a straight red. Most of your reds have been straight reds, right?
Uh, yeah, all but like one of them.
Still not great to get two yellows within 9 minutes of each other.
And they're not even ball winning midfielders, they're box to box midfielders. I wonder if that's why that's happening. When they're tracking back, they're too tired or something.
Could be, maybe. Hey, that's a good theory. It's got to be something we're not looking at. I don't use BBMs
It's a f-
myself. They were like my favorite in FM15, though. Box to box midfielders. Loved them. Now I just can't get them to do what I want when I use them. Frustrated by the feedback, you say. Well, then you don't need to keep playing. I praise my team and he's frustrated. Like, compliment good.
what the fuck? Oh my God, this is annoying. Oh, look, another injury.
Oops. Jakob. Darn it. Sorry
What?
for an injury. Sorry. So sorry.
You're coming out. I wonder if no, I don't think that'll make sense. You would think that when you play with shoot less often, you'd have more shots on target.
Not always. They do go for higher quality
No.
shots. They do. Oh, Chikwani. Oh. Maybe I won't miss him as much as I thought. Okay, I'm just kidding myself.
Well, when you gotta learn how to play out of the back, so that's something we're gonna have to work on as well. But okay, well, I guess only 2-0 considering the circumstances wasn't that bad.
Decent game, really. Whatever adjustments you made after those two goals seemed to work.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, well, then I guess we just got a couple lucky ones early. That works sometimes.
Yeah.
Surely that's got it mathematically now.
No, you need to win. I think you need to win 4 more games. I'll check.
Okay.
Uh, there are 8 games left, so it's 24 points. 24, 71. So you need 72 points total as of right now. Um,
I'm ahead by 17, so I need 4 points. That's
no, you need
68.
72 points
Oh,
total.
so I need 8 more points to 3 more wins.
Yeah.
Okay, who do I play next? I know none of them are easy. That was a home match. That helped. Away to Silkeborg, home to Midtjylland, home to Brøndby. I that should be good enough, I would think, to get through.
I
Then I play
am
Copenhagen 3 times because I also have
in a
them. Yeah,
row.
because in a row because I also have them in the cup.
Nice.
Oh wait, I played them 4 out of 5 games. I played Copenhagen, 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 then you, then Copenhagen. Wow, that's heavy. All right, so we're good here.
Yes, sir. I did my training already.
I will save it up. We'll be back on Wednesday doing this. I'll be back tomorrow doing 7 Days to Die. Thanks, Plastic, for
I
hanging
will
out.
be I will be doing a new network save within the USA with Badger, with Ronky, Dill 40, and I can't remember the last one.
Hmm.
But again, thank you for tonight. Thank you for the subs, the follows, and I hope you guys all have a good night.
Good night.
Bye for now.